very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Hello, good afternoon from Leicester. We're back at the Mattioli Arena for more action from the BetVictor Championship League. It's the last day of Stage 1, so we've got 30 players through to Stage 2. 2 more to come today, and then we start the next stage here tomorrow. So 8 more players entering the fray, and it's a very interesting group on Table 1. We've got Zhu Se of China, Michael Shabbar, the youngest ever snooker professional from Poland, Fang Zhengyi, former ranking event winner, and back on tour at Liam Highfield. Table 2, Aaron Hill, from Product of Ireland, Scotland's Gary Thompson, young Welshman Dylan Emery, and from Canada, Sahil Nayar. You can watch Table 2 on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But here on Table 1, it really is an interesting group, and young Michael Shabbar, he's already played a couple of matches on tour. In fact, his very first match as a pro was against Sean Murphy. A real baptism of fire. He lost 5-0, but it's all very exciting for him. He was runner-up to Liam Highfield, actually, in the European Amateur Championship. And
OK, thank you, gentlemen.
He's turned professional. The family had to make the decision, do we wait or do we let him do what he wants to do, which is play snooker? And that's what he's doing. He's going to break off here against Zhu Se, the top seed. Yesterday we saw Chris Wakelin win this group. Delighted to say Chris has joined us here today. What were you doing, Chris, when you were 14, not playing professional snooker?
I was dreaming of being a professional snooker player. Yeah, it's an amazing achievement for Mikkel. He's only 14 years old, and it's the absolute dream. You know, there's plenty of people in the world that would love to be in his position right now. But he's, I think, despite his age, he has the chance to really inspire a lot of people. Yeah. What were you doing at 14 years old, Dave?
Well, I was at school. I mean, it's old-fashioned, I know, but I was, I was doing me schoolwork. All the good that did me. Anyway, let's see how he gets on here. It's, as you say, very exciting for him. He did lose 5-0 to Murphy in that Wuhan qualifier, but he actually took Umut Dikmi to a decider in the British Open qualifying. So he's had a couple of matches, just finding his way. Zhu Se, much improved last couple of years. He got to the semis of the International Championship last season. He's made 3 maximums. And in his very first frame this season at the Wuhan Open, he made a century. So a great way to start the new campaign. He said he hadn't had much of a break between seasons. He was in Sheffield practicing again. So he's the favourite in this group. It's a tough one. And that's not a great start, really.
There's a fair chance that we see even more of the young Chinese players progressing through over the next 12 months or so as they've got their own world champion, the first ever Chinese world champion in Zhao Xintong. You know, it's doing amazing things for the sport out in China. And I'm sure that all the guys who are living over in this country are super inspired as well to go on to do great things like Zhao has. I mean, he's won 2 of the Triple Crown events already. And he's only in his mid to late 20s.
Yeah, and he, Zhao Xintong, that is, on his 8th birthday, Ding won that China Open in 2005. He watched it on television, so that he took inspiration from Ding. I'm sure there'll be young snooker fans in Poland very excited to see this 14-year-old and how he gets on. Of course, he's guaranteed 2 years on tour. But it is a baptism of fire, of course. He's coming up against some very experienced players, and he's gaining experience in the process himself.
I was discussing the other day that 14 years old, it's it goes to show that, because when I turned professional 12 years ago, there was very, very few players from the continent, from Europe, that were really showing any promise. We had Luca, and he was, from his mid-teens, was starting to show signs. But looking back 12 years ago, Michael was a baby. There's no way that he was going to be turning professional at that age. But to think now that 12 years later that must have had probably 12 players from the continent. We've had a few from Germany, from Poland as well, Latvia. It's amazing to see how globalised our sport's become now from 10, 12 years ago when I first turned professional. And it's not just that they are professionals, they are warranted and earned professionals who have got a real chance of doing some damage on this tour.
Yeah, it's exciting for the sport, but China remains a great powerhouse, and Zhu first in, looking to just use his experience and authority here in the early stages. This is always a big match for the top seed. If you win it, you're off and running, you're setting the pace. If you don't, then it's an opportunity for the other players in the group. And Fang Zhengyi, Liam Highfield, two pretty formidable opponents to come.
Yeah, I know exactly how Zhu will be feeling right now. In exactly this position yesterday, and ended up losing the first frame in the first match, and instantly you're under pressure because in this format you think, well, it's only a small event, it's the start of the season, but you want to get off to a good run and you want to be able to make sure that when you get into that last match in this evening session, that it's in your hands, that you can win the group yourself rather than rely on other results.
Yeah, exactly. And Fang Zhengyi, the second seed, plays back-to-back matches, so if Zhu doesn't get the win, then it's a big opportunity for Fan to open a gap. Anyway, he's in first. 41 in the world, but these days that makes you a world beater, really. He's had a few really good runs recently, including, as I mentioned, the International Championship last year. Ding beat him in the semis.
20.
I was eagerly watching that match because obviously I was playing the winner. I think Zhu was 5-1 in front and cruising. Looked for all the money in the world that I was going to be playing him in the final in Nanjing, but obviously it's a different prospect playing Ding compared to playing, and no disrespect to Zhu, he would have much rather have been playing me in the final than obviously playing Ding. Just because of that experience factor. If you've been in those major finals and won big tournaments, you've got what it takes, and you have when it comes to those crux moments in the matches.
Yeah, he said that about the semi-final. The fact it was 2 sessions, obviously there was the time to consider the midway position and what it would mean to him. Anyway, he's just looking here to settle into conditions. The last day of stage 1. It's been a long wait for him to get involved in the Championship League.
And what a few weeks it's been, Dave. You look about 20 years older than when this tournament started, but we're 15 days in now, and how would you assess your performance in the commentary box?
Well, I've done my best, but no, listen, the great thing about this event, it's varied. It's not the same people every day, and you get to see, obviously not everyone's entered, but all the sort of low-rank players have entered. You get to see a lot of those new professionals you mentioned, and you get to sort of work out, okay, what they're about, and we've seen a few of them get through, which is exciting. We saw Liu Wenwei the other day, new player from China, very impressive. Young Zizins from Latvia has got through, Ben Mertens, so that's been interesting because we as you know, in a lot of tournaments they'd be out on table 7. We wouldn't see them. We wouldn't see them in the qualifying necessarily, but we get the chance. Everyone plays on one of the main tables, and everyone plays the same number of matches.
I mean, as much as this tournament isn't for everybody, it's one of the only tournaments that we have streamed on YouTube for free. I mean, that's for a lot of snooker fans. Not everyone's got pay-per-view TV. So, just from a fan's perspective, I mean, I've literally watched every single match throughout the entirety of this tournament because it's easy access. And YouTube's offered that. Obviously, both tables are streamed on there as well, so you can follow every shot from the whole tournament. And as you say, we got. As you see, misses a relatively straightforward rest shot there, but
41.
Yeah, we get to see a lot of players, up-and-coming talent, and there's a good varied amount of the top 16 and top 32 players in it as well. So,
yeah, also we've seen a few of the low-rank players struggle maybe in their first match, but then gain a bit of confidence as the day goes on. They might not win the group, but they get those 3 matches. We saw a couple of players earlier in the event, really struggle early on and then start producing the goods late on in the day. Anyway, Zhu, as you say, is broken down. A terrific pot from young Shabbar. He's very excited, clearly, to be on tour. He's had a fine amateur career I mean, it's been, obviously, he's still young. It's not been a long one, but he's won the European Under-16 and Under-18 title and the World Under-21, and that's a massive international event. It's been won by the likes of Ken Doherty, Peter Ebdon, Ronnie O'Sullivan, Marco Fu, Ding Junhui, Neil Robertson, and so on and so on. So he's on a great roll of honour there.
Obviously, Mikhail is from Poland, and one of the other Polish professionals on this World Snooker Tour is Antoni Kowalski. Good friend of mine. Comes and stays with me quite regularly during the tournaments in the UK, and speaks very, very well of Mikhail. 14 years old. Now, it's one of the other things to consider is that he's going to be travelling the world at 14 years old, and I'm not sure about you, Dave, but when I was 14, I didn't like leaving the house, let alone leaving the country and travelling the world, and also having a lot of expectation on your shoulders as well.
I suspect at his age, he hasn't thought about any of that, really. He hasn't thought about the sort of nuts and bolts of how the circuit works. He's just thought about playing, but obviously he's going to find out about it in the next 2 years. Probably see quite a lot of the Mattioli in Leicester. Oh, but he's missed that one.
Okay, 16.
Sort of nervously checking if he's left anything to the left centre, but he may. I've been very fortunate on this one. I think if he leaves one to the left centre here, it might be curtains for this first frame.
Well, he initially thought it went, but now he's not quite so sure.
What's your eagle eye saying, Dave? Yes or no?
Well, I think his first instinct is probably the correct one. He probably does go. But he's still not quite convinced.
It's actually quite a good angle there from that camera. My first impression is, I don't think it goes. But I still think he's going to go for it, and he's definitely going to prove me wrong.
Well, plot twist, it did go, but he's missed it. And this is, I guess, what Shabbar checked once early on, some table time to get used to conditions. I mean, teenagers playing on TV is nothing new. There used to be years ago, Junior Pop Black, John Parrott won that, Stephen Hendry played in it, Ronnie O'Sullivan played in a tournament on TV when he was 14. But of course this is a little different because this is the actual professional tour.
I think back in those days there was only one tournament or maybe a couple a year that the younger up and coming professionals got a chance to play in, whereas now, as you say, he's got 2 years and he's going to have plenty of opportunities to show us what he's got out there. It'd be nice if he can get through the group today. It'd be an incredible achievement his first few weeks on tour, but I think if he can win at least one of these 3 matches from today, he's got 3 tough opponents.
8.
If he can win one of these 3 matches, I think it'll do him the world of good going into the next few tournaments.
Well, Juice certainly favourite to win the first frame now. He's back in.
You mentioned at the top of the show that Mikhail's first game on tour was against Sean Murphy. A really nice, warm welcome to the tour from the Magician with a 5-0 thumping.
Yeah, I mean, Sean actually turned pro when he was 15. The rules were sort of changed because his birthday would have been sort of 2 weeks after the start of the season, so they just slightly changed things around. But so he would have had sympathy, but not too much, clearly.
I can assure you there was absolutely no sympathy from Sean that day. He'd wanted to give Mikhail a nice warm welcome to the tour, and in fairness, Sean's got a big season coming up. He's the reigning Masters champion, but I'm sure he'd like to lift some more ranking silverware as well, so they're important, those early qualifiers. I mean, I obviously lost in the qualifying for Wuhan to a very, very impressive Marco Fu.
15.
Which has made the start of the season a little bit a bit of a dampener to start with, but there's plenty coming up, so...
It was more about him, though, wasn't it, than yourself? I mean, he had 3 centuries in the match.
I think I missed a relatively straightforward green to go 4-3 in front. But other than that, I can look back on that match and think, well, not really a great deal I could have done. It's the way this sport is, I'm afraid. Some days it's out of your control if the other guy's at the table and he pots all the balls. You have to make sure you've got a nice comfy seat to enjoy it.
20.
Well, the seats are certainly comfortable here, and Mikhail Shabbar is currently watching Juicer just attempting to close the frame out. He needs one more red. He's one of those players, he's on that list who is yet to win a ranking title, but it wouldn't be a huge shock if he did.
25.
You know, he seems to be improving year on year.
Thank you. 26.
Frame ball safely in. Actually played Jussi in the World Championship qualifying probably close to 10 years ago now, and I think he was only about 16 years old at the time. Really impressive. As you say, he'll be well aware now that he's getting to that stage of his career where he needs to be pushing on now.
33.
Hopefully start getting some more deep runs in tournaments. I mean, this Championship League, you know, it's really opened up now. Quite a lot of the seeds have fallen foul in the stage 1.
Well, 58 in front with 43 on, so Juicer is safely over the line in frame 1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
One 0 to Juicer in the opening match on the last day of stage 1. Don't worry though, we start stage 2 tomorrow with all the respective group winners coming back over 4 days, and of course it all ends next Wednesday when the champion will be crowned. Will it be a new ranking event winner, or will it be one of the various established names who are still in it? By the way, the winner of this group joins a group with Stuart Bingham, Matt Selt and Liam Davies. Well, Shabbar did have a couple of chances in that opening frame, but ultimately Juicer won it pretty comfortably. Well, the in off, but could have been worse, I guess. Juicer, they're lining this long red up.
And that is how you do it. Straight away giving himself a great chance here. What a great bit of cueing this is. Gets right through the white here. Beautifully cued. We take the risk here and try and develop some reds and guarantee that red to the right corner. Yeah, beautifully played. Straight away, this is now a frame winning opportunity.
Plays at the Dingjanwee Academy in Sheffield, and he was living in the city centre. He's just moved a little further away, but he'll be in there every day when he's not at a tournament. Ooh, not everyone could play it like this, or certainly live to tell the tale. Just while we watch this, Chris, reflect on the World Championship for you. It was a great tournament, great wins over Neil Robertson and Mark Allen. Not only just beating them, you played some terrific snooker. You made Steve Davis cry in the studio with some of the shots you were playing. Just a great event. Obviously, you would have liked to have gone on and won it, but how do you reflect on it?
It's kind of crazy to hear that story about Steve crying. Watching me play snooker. I've cried many times watching myself play snooker, but not heard of ex-world champions doing the same. It was an incredible tournament. Near the end, I was disappointed to lose in the quarterfinals to a worthy world champion in Zhao Xin Tong. But no, it was an incredible run. To get my first win at the Crucible was, again, there's so many boxes that I ticked that week, and I mean that. I think that one yellow that I knocked into the middle pocket got more publicity than my run in the whole tournament.
Well, meanwhile, you, sir, having potted a great initial red, missed the black off the spot. Shabbar check's not on the black, so big blue he's attempting. Ooh, not close.
And they're going to scatter. Worst case scenario there. Blue flying into the reds, but he might have just been lucky. As you can see that blue coming back down the table there towards the pack. Just holding your breath, hoping that they don't scatter all over the table.
Black, as you, sir, missed, though, was just, I don't know, he just took his eye off it. It just shows you can miss anything. Bearing in mind, already knocked in.
Did he really need to go for that red? His young opponent hasn't settled yet. Had a couple of early chances and not taken them, and well, I mean that's just ridiculous trying to take that red on, knowing that you're leaving the whole world if you miss it, and he deserves to get punished now for that one shot for me.
Well, it's a big chance for sure for the 14-year-old.
The very last thing you want to do in this sort of situation is give someone who's nervous and who needs confidence a really easy chance. Practically gave him ball in hand there and said, do your worst with the reds everywhere and the black hanging over the pocket. So it'd be great to see him knocking a big break here and settle himself down for the day.
Yeah, I mentioned the Murphy defeat, and it wasn't a great shock, but the next match he played, British Open qualifying a couple of days later, he opened up with an 82 break there, lost out in a decider to Umut Dikme from Germany, but it was a much more competitive match. I think it's very important, and I've felt this for a long time with young players, not to burden them with too much expectation, not tell them you're going to do this, you're going to do that, you're going to be a world champion. Players mature at different rates. Some,
14.
you know, at a very young age are winning tournaments. Some take a little bit longer. Just let him play. He's 14. Let him play the game, enjoy it, and see what he can get out of these 2 years. He won't have enjoyed that one, though. What a chance that was to make a nice break. Not
good early signs there from Mikal. That was a golden chance there, really, to...
One.
Well, it's not going to cost him, though. In fact, it might come to his benefit. Juicy's now left a red over the pocket and will be either crying for cover or gung-ho at this long blue, potentially. You'll notice there that that Mikhail's gone and sat in his chair and head in his hands. I'd much prefer him going back to his chair then and just get over it, concentrate on the next opportunity.
Yeah, it's something I guess he'll learn, but you've got to be mentally ready, haven't you? And, you know, the chance could come immediately, which is not necessarily got a scoring chance here, but the Juicer broke down very quickly. So a little stalemate with the red over the pocket.
It might look pretty straightforward there that he's frustrated that he's missed that red, but
I have to ask, do you want to read that?
Well, already Juicer is...
You want to carry on? No.
Well, John Pellu has sort of translated there between the Chinese player and the Pole, and Shabbar wants to carry on.
he sort of puts himself under a bit of pressure there by refusing the re-rack. Yeah, as expected.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, it was, you know, with the red over the pocket, it was kind of going nowhere, so John is going to set them up again.
He's kind of said there by refusing the re-rack that I've got a plan, I've got a way of trying to resolve this situation and gain an advantage, but 10 seconds later he's actually thought, perhaps not.
Well, let's have a look at table 2. Aaron Hill, another young prospect, of course, from the Republic of Ireland. Corkway is 1-0 up here against Gary Thompson. Luca Purcell was supposed to be in this group, but seems to be on an extended holiday at the minute. First frame close, it's gone to Aaron Hill. Well, Gary's delighted to get the call up. The other players in this group, Dylan Emery, who's back on tour, and Sahil Naya, who's a new pro from Canada, just won the Canadian Championship, in fact. Aaron Hill, another player I think everyone has got a lot of time for, and he's looking for a real breakthrough, real deep run in the tournament.
He's not far away, Aaron. He really has improved dramatically over the last year or two, and you can see that confidence now in the way he strolls around the table. He's going to be a dangerous opponent for a lot of people this year. I hope he does well. Yeah, he's a really good lad. Speaks really well. It's good company.
Well, frame 2 has been re-racked here, so we go again after that little stalemate. But I think it's a sort of frame actually both players would like to consign to the history books, because you, sir, played a couple of shockers, the black in particular, and then of course Shabbar had a good scoring chance. It came to very little.
In spite of those mistakes that both players have made, they can sort of wipe the slate clean now, though, and think, well, they haven't cost me a frame or the match, so.
Can't believe I've not brought, because re-racks, Chris, I can't believe I've not brought up you're in the record books, if you want to call it that, on your match cell re-rack on pink and black. Latest ever.
Yeah, that was some frame. I think that was maybe the China Open. Yeah, came down to it. The pink and black were wedged in the pocket. Sort of thought about hitting the pink as hard as I possibly could, and hopefully it would squeeze past the black, but amazingly it ended in a re-rack, and I broke off and he made 80, so thanks very much. Must have been Mattioli, yeah, he's in stage 2 of the Championship League as well. Got through on, I think it was the very first day, or possibly the second day of the whole tournament, so he's aged considerably since he qualified for this tournament. As you say, the winner of this group goes into that group to join Matt and is it Stuart Bingham as well?
Yeah, and young Liam Davies.
I mean, Liam played incredible in his group. Super, super impressive, and they say that there's no talent coming through in this country, that the future of snooker's all coming from the Far East, but I mean, Liam Davies, Liam Graham got through to the final of the snooker shootout. That one was one ball really away from taking the title away from Tom Ford. Stan Moody as well, good friend of mine, good practice partner, and you know, he's got some firepower, that kid has, and he's not far away from having a deep run himself. So many good players now on this tour.
5.
Yeah, we've got plenty of promising prospects in this country.
Well, let's just see if he can just put something together here, just for his own confidence as much as the actual match. Yeah, turning pro at 14, I'm his youngest ever pro. To put it into context, Ray Reardon, one of the greats of the game, 6 times
10.
world champion in the 1970s, turned professional when he was 35 because there wasn't a professional game really before that. So he had to wait a long, long time.
I would say though that they said back in those days, if you could clear the colours off the spots, then you were good enough to be a professional.
Well, maybe, but, you know, it was a very different time. And if it weren't for those guys, we wouldn't be sat here now.
11.
What about the tables, Chris? Obviously, they're Rassons. They're not the tables that are used in all the ranking events. Is it sort of noticeably different, or do you just have to sort of adapt?
You do have to adapt, and they do play slightly differently. They're kind of subtle, really, but... Oh, my word. Here we go. Big, big shot. Oh, what a beauty. What a beauty.
18.
Got plenty of confidence, hasn't he? That was leaving the world on there, and I mean, look at the chance he's given himself now.
Yeah, I mean, Juicer played a similar shot, didn't he, or attempted one in the previous frame, or before the re-rack, but it's led to nothing, I'm afraid, here.
Mikael should be 18.
I mean, the way that he's played that shot, you would never see a top player playing it in such a way. You would never ever play that shot dead weight. You know, get your arms through it, stun it in. You know, there's no reason for him to be rolling that ball in other than that he's feeling the pressure out there.
Yeah, it's almost like with the previous shot having opened everything up, he's just said to himself, right, you know, you can't afford to miss now, and it's different. He's not just playing snooker. I said, you know, let him play, but he's now a professional. It has changed completely, and it's going to take time, clearly, to adjust to it. Not least because turning pro now is a lot more public than it once was. Matches are streamed. Obviously, we're bringing you all the tables here. You're not sort of hidden away anywhere. Juuso isn't exactly pulling up many trees himself, though, is he? He's struggling a bit.
I mean, that red that Mikael knocked in there, fantastic red to the right corner, opened all the reds up with a great frame-winning chance. It kind of creates its own pressurised situation because you've gone from a half chance to, right, they're all there now. Can you make the most of this chance? And it's amazing how the pressure switches in these matches.
That was a good recovery from Juuso with the rest. He struck that well. He's got a sense that it's a big opportunity not only to win, but to win 3-0 and make the perfect start. Remember, after points, it goes on frame difference in the group standings.
I think he's going to do well to win the frame in this visit. He needs to either find a way to develop pink or black if he's got any chance of winning this frame at this visit, but if he can find his way onto the red nearest to the right corner, that will at least give him some kind of a chance, because then the black will be available to that pocket if he can find his way onto it. But without the black on its spot here, I think it's Just trying to build a lead. Not sure about the viewers at home watching, but I've certainly been following the Championship League with a lot of anticipation the last few weeks. And am I right in thinking that you've been here every single day, Dave?
Not quite. I had to miss the first 2 days, and I was not here, I think, last Saturday, but every other day, yeah. Where else would you want to be at this time of year?
I mean, this commentary booth is a lot more plush than it was last year. I think you've had it reconditioned, haven't you?
Well, you see, now you're a top 16 player. You know, we thought we better, make an effort.
We've got carpet and we've got curtains, and it's just lovely in here this time round. That red that I mentioned here, if he can find himself high on the blue, there's every chance that in a couple of shots' time he might be able to get the black in play. It's a big bounce.
25.
Beautifully struck. This is the kind of break here that if Ronnie O'Sullivan was at the table and he managed to clear up, that we'd all be singing his praises. That's a very nicely played.
30.
There's so much strength in depth now on this tour. It's incredible, really, to think that the standard of play, even from when I turned pro 12 years ago, I wouldn't be able to compete on the World Snooker Tour now, not even close. But you really have to adapt and grow with the game, even as a professional.
Yeah, if you think about the World Championship, you go back sort of 30 years, maybe, say there were 40 centuries in the World Championship, Stephen Hendry would have made 10 of them. But now, at the Crucible, most players actually playing it, even those who get beat. We saw Zach Surety, Daniel Wells, lost in the first round, made a bunch of centuries. So the scoring has certainly massively gone up. Just last season, Juicer made 26 centuries of the 65 he's made in his whole career. So really starting to make the big breaks. 3 maximums he's got to his name. Aaron Hill, meanwhile, is 2-0 up, just about to go against Gary Thompson. So Aaron, the top seed there, making a good start. He's mentored by Fergal O'Brien. I'm sure we'll be keeping an eye on that match.
Speaking of century breaks at the Crucible, I'm not sure if you're aware about this. Obviously, betting and snooker's kind of a risky subject sometimes, but I know that a lot of people are very interested in the... There's a bet that a lot of people have
34.
for there to be a century break in every single match at the Crucible, and a lot of people think with the standard of snooker these days that it's pretty much guaranteed, but it's never happened, and I'm sorry to report that it was my fault that it didn't happen this year. In the match with Jintong, hard to believe that over those 18 frames that neither of us managed to make a century break, and otherwise that would have been the first time it happened that there'd been a century break in every single match at the Crucible.
42.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't just your fault. I mean, Zhao Xingtong's got to take some of the blame
13
as well.
chances.
Yeah. But yeah, it will happen, I'm sure, very soon. This has been a terrific break, meanwhile, hasn't it? It might not be a century necessarily, but he's really had to work things here. The pink and black were completely out of commission. He's kept it going really well.
49.
No, you're right, Dave. It's been a fantastic break, and he's had that cue ball on a string for the vast majority of it.
Well, it's like he's kind of said, if maybe a better-known player cleared the table from. If you look at the still from where the balls were when he came to the table to if he makes the clearance. You know, it's as good a break as you'll see, really.
The late great Willie Thorne would have been saying that he'll do well to make 30 from here, and he'd be quite happy with that. But
56.
As you see, he's on 56 and counting here, and somehow, when he came to the table, he's now facing frame ball. That's an incredible break. Absolutely incredible break.
Well, you can verify this, Chris, because you've watched every match, but this has been one of the best breaks of the whole tournament, considering where the balls were.
Don't think he can quite believe it himself that he's won the frame of this visit. I mean, you were alluding earlier that the pockets on these Rasson tables are slightly bigger, but they're not that much bigger.
No, and it's not just that, is it? He's had to manoeuvre that cue ball around and you know, free balls and get balls off cushions. It's been, until he missed that, absolutely brilliant, but he's done enough.
Josie's 65.
What a wonderful break. 65 doesn't sound that impressive, but the way he made it and what it means is that he leads 2-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's there. The king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, you made a magisterial 65. I don't think there's even a word, but it is now because it was such a great break. Magisterial is what I meant. Anyway,
such a great word as well.
Anyway, he's 2-0 up here. And the worst thing, I guess, for young Shabbar is he's had really good chances. He got the reds open in that last frame, but then missed a pink. So it's been frustrating for him so far. Let's see if he can get on the scoreboard here, or is Schuster going to close out a 3-0 victory and make the perfect start, of course, as top seed.
I can confirm, Dave, that magisterial is a word.
That's a word, yeah, but that wasn't what I said. Pressure gets to everyone here at the Championship League over these long 3 weeks.
He is struggling, isn't he, Mikael? I mean, if you were in his corner now, Dave, what words of wisdom would you be giving to him?
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Because he wants to play well, of course, going out there, but I guess it's easy to say this. He's got to just try and enjoy it a bit more and not sort of put himself under such pressure, which he seemed to do in the last frame when he had the balls open. He's telling himself, I've got to make something here. He knows he's really good, clearly, from his amateur record. So it's about just maybe just trying to relax a little bit. But that's easy to say all that.
The level of pride as well in performance, and this might be one of the first TV matches, I suppose, that he's played in. With it being on YouTube, I'm sure all of his friends and family back home will be watching along and supporting him. So just that extra challenge, and it's something that you've got to learn to deal with. But he's got 2 years on this tour, and he'll be a totally different player by the end of that 2-year period.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, class of '92 still at the top of the game. Ronnie, Mark and John, when they came through as professionals,
Sam, thank you.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, I think everyone knows, won a hell of a lot of matches in Blackpool, but they were not, unless you were in Blackpool, nobody saw them. They were not as public as maybe now when you turn pro. And also, they would not be against someone like Sean Murphy or Zhu Se. So it's a different system. I'm not saying it's easier or more difficult, but it's a bit more exposing now, turning pro. You can't sort of hide away.
There are no hiding places, but it does give you the chance to learn more quickly and grow, because, as you say, you can't avoid playing those players in the early rounds. So if you can win those sort of matches against these top players, you know that you're more than capable of competing against virtually anybody on the tour. I think the most important thing for the young professionals getting on tour now is just try and learn from every single match and every experience, because you keep growing, keep moving forwards, and you see how far you go. If you get disheartened by every single loss, then before you know it, you'll not want to be practicing, preparing for the next tournament.
Yeah, and also it's a reminder of how good these players are. I think there's a tendency when you're young to think, oh, these players have been around a while, they won't last that much longer. Judd Trump, when he turned pro, he admits now, he said he knew the top players were really good, but he thought the lower-ranked players wouldn't cause him much trouble. His first match was against Fergal O'Brien, who showed him areas of the table he didn't know existed. And suddenly, he's in with those guys who've been around a long time and are really good and schooled him for a couple of years. But he learnt, as you say, that's what it's about, learning. And Schuster has this opening in frame 3, the frame he needs to win the match.
One.
Given the calibre of players as well in this group, I think Jussi will be fully aware that a 3-0 victory here as opposed to a 3-1, it could be the difference between winning the group and not later on tonight, because it can always come down to frame difference. Obviously, we know the highest break is infrequently a factor, but that frame difference, it pops up pretty much every single group. So a 3-0 victory you'll know how important that is.
It was good effort there to get into their edge. It just didn't quite work out. But you sense he's going to get more chances to get this one. Aaron Hill, by the way, made 130 against Gary Thompson, so already 2-0. And of course, that high break, as Chris mentioned, could come into it. He's already got a big break in his locker. It's sort of just not happening for Shabbar. And as I say, it seems likely now Zhu is just going to get enough chances.
One.
There's a kind of a sense of inevitability over the last 15 minutes or so. feels as though he's sort of struggling to settle down, and Juicy's had plenty of chances, and you would feel that this might well be the last one that he needs.
Three.
Whoever wins this tournament, it's £33,000 in ranking points in total, but of course also champion of champions place. You still in a march on the World Grand Prix. There's a lot of snooker to come before that tournament, but that's for the top 32 on the one-year list, so you're sort of putting yourself into early contention. So there's doors that can open, and of course, a rankings boost, it might even get someone near the top 16. So it's, in its own way, quite a big event.
There's not many players on tour that would walk past £33,000 sat in the street and not try and pick it up. So I know quite a few of the top 10 players haven't entered this tournament, but that's their choice. But I don't think I'd ever get to a place in the rankings where I wouldn't enter every single tournament that I could play in.
Well, I think the thing is, Chris, like as you've said, it's a long event, but you don't play every day. You play 3 days at the most. I think some people sort of almost don't clock that. You can only play 3 days.
It does go on for a good month or so, this tournament, and this tournament actually lasts longer than the World Championships, which is quite incredible. But you only play 3 days, and however you look at it, it's good match practice. You're playing 3 matches in a day as opposed to the normal one. Chance to get your arm going, and
16.
If you're not going to treat it as seriously as the World Championships, for example, there's a chance to experiment with a few things you've been trying in practice. So
17.
I think it's a great addition to the calendar, this event, and as I say, it gives a lot of opportunities for the newer professionals like me, Carl, to play more than one match in a day.
Well, how much more snooker he'll play in this match, we will see. Perhaps none at all. She's 40 in front. We know he's playing good stuff already. That break in the last frame, that 65, was really superb. So, strong start for him. He has been given a bit of help with a few openings, but it looks like it's going to be the perfect start for the top seed in what is a tough group. Fang Zhengyi and Liam Highfield still to come.
Yeah, it's great to see Liam back as well. Dropped off tour last year, and
29.
I'm sure he'll be keen to climb back up the rankings again this year.
30.
Only a few balls away here, though. Will he risk playing for that red down the black cushion, or should really be playing for some of the reds in open play?
$37. 38.
My other hope for this season is that a bit more effort is made to promote the personalities of the Chinese players. They don't all speak great English, but you can still talk to them through translators, and we mustn't think of them as just one block. They're all individuals. They're all different people, like players of any nationality. So it'd be good to get to know them a bit more as people, because then the audience are more likely to support them.
That's a great point. And I've become good friends with some of the Chinese players. I sat with Wu Yiza in Saudi Arabia last year. Yeah, he speaks really good English, Wu, and we had a really good laugh watching a couple of the matches out there, and it's great to see. We need to see more characters in snooker, and
51.
These lads deserve their chance to get their personalities out there as well as their skills on the table.
Well, he's well and truly over the line, clearly. So, it's as I say, the perfect start, and he can actually now
57.
make a century and sort of get the high break early on, lockdown as well, post the target at least. won't be playing again for another 4 hours. He's back at 5 o'clock, so you'd be hoping for a couple of draws, I suppose, in the next couple of matches. That can look after itself, but he's in a strong position already in this group.
64. Thank you. 65.
As for Shabbar, he did have a few chances. He was a little ill at ease, but as I say, the beauty of this event, you get another 2 matches. He may relax a bit as the day goes on. Hopefully we'll see some good form from him later. Clearly a bit disappointed with this first match.
72. $73.
I mean, we all know that Mikhail's going to be disappointed in this first performance, but just needs to go back upstairs into the players' lounge and reset. You know, he's back on in about an hour or so, so he needs to be ready for that match. He needs to be ready to
85.
to get stuck in. You know, he's got 2 more matches today, and this group's not over yet for him. If he can find some of the form that got him onto the World Snooker Tour, then hey, he can still qualify.
Just to say, Aaron Hill has won 3-0 against Gary Thompson on table 2. Now then, Aaron had a century, of course, 130, so if Schuster makes one here, it'll be the 82nd of the Championship League this year. There's still a few days to go.
94.
It's been a really good performance. Yes, he's had a bit of help here and there, but no one's helped him make these breaks. The 65 in frame 2 was a difficult break to make, but it was a frame winner. And this pink for the century, a fine way
100.
to complete victory. And Schuster has made the perfect start. Not only has he won 3-0, he's made a century as well. And so he's off and running the top seed in this group. Disappointment for Mikhail Shabbar, but he'll be back later, of course, with 2 more matches to play. And we'll be back in 5 minutes for Fang Zhengyi against Liam Highfield.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's there. The king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. I mean, you want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really getting to the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, where Zeuser, he's not a man of letters, just 4 letters in his entire name. But I'll tell you what, he's got a degree in winning snooker matches, and he won that one very comfortably indeed. Now, a match I've been looking forward to. 2 really attacking players. Fan Zhengyi, former European Masters champion, against Stoke's Liam Highfield, who after a year off the circuit, is back on. Fan and Michael Subacek will complete the session. As for table 2, some heavy scoring there as well from Aaron Hill. He beat Gary Thompson 3-0. Next up, it's a Dylan Emery doubleheader. First against Sahil Naya from Canada, and then against Thompson. No doubt hoping for better fortunes in his second match of the day. The referee is John Pellew. My co-commentator is Chris Wakelin. And Chris, I'm sure you know Liam very well. I was really delighted for him when he got back on the tour because we know how much talent he's got.
Super talented and has been for the last 20 years. He used to compete against the likes of Kyron Wilson, Mitchell Mann, Sam Craigie. Back on the junior circuit some 15 plus years ago now, and I was really surprised to see him fall off tour. Really talented lad, good lad as well. It's great to see him back, it really is.
What?
And pardon the pun, but I'm also a big fan of Fan. He plays the game very boldly. And like a lot of players we've seen in this tournament and we've highlighted, he's very much a left-eyed sighter.
heavily left eye dominant, and in years gone by that was frowned upon. Had to be in the centre of your chin, but there's very few players on tour now that actually cue down the centre of their face. Myself included. Jamie Jones is quite left eye dominant as well. But even if you watch like some of the top players, Neil Robertson is right eye dominant, obviously left-handed. I don't think Ronnie cues down the centre of his chin either, does he?
No, you're right. It's not very often you see absolutely down the middle, but some players are more pronounced than others, and Fan is one of those. Although, I will say, the great Joe Davis, who was undefeated in the World Championship from 1927 until his retirement from the championship in 1946, so one of the greatest players ever, he was left-eyed.
That is a good start, that is. What a start that is. Most players on this tour can name the world champions from the last 20 years, but not from the last 100 years.
Yeah, it's getting there, isn't it? 98 years now the World Championship's been going. Contrary to popular belief, I wasn't around for the first one.
Thank you. Sorry.
Speaking of firsts, my very first match as a junior, competing on the English amateur circuit, was against Liam Highfield. Played him at Willie Thorne's in Leicester. Obviously, Willie's not around anymore, and I think the club's not there as well either. But yeah, my first ever match was against Liam, and my word, did he put some balls in that match. And as I was saying earlier about Mikael needing to learn early on, my very first match against Liam, and he was one of the best youngsters in the country at the time. He was smashing balls in from everywhere and opening the reds up with ease, and I think he made a couple of century breaks as well. And he was only about 14, 15 years old at the time, so he's got so much pedigree, Liam, and he's more than capable of doing some damage on this tour.
Foul and a miss. 4.
Highfield watching the cue ball intently. Has he left a free ball? The answer's clearly no, because Fan immediately said he wanted the ball back. They have played before, these two. Highfield has got the edge. He leads 2-1 in career meetings. Beat Fan 4-0 in the first round of the Scottish Open in 2020. And also 6-5 in a qualifier for the World Championship in 2021. In that match, he made 7.5 centuries, did Highfield. Fan's only win over him, 5-2, in the last 32 of the German Masters 3 years ago.
Yeah, because without looked at, you can see the brown to more or less middle pocket as well. Okay? Century, thank you.
It's not going to be a free ball this time either, but can he see that red full ball? Is it going to be a warning here for Liam? Obviously, 3 foul and a miss is called when you can see a ball full on. It causes loss of frame. I am sad to see the back of Liam's old haircut though, the classic Noel Gallagher. Absolutely classic haircut that he had a couple of years ago. So I'm sure he's a big Oasis fan with that haircut that he used to have, and wonder if he's got tickets to go and watch this summer.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, that was quite risky in many respects. We've seen an awful lot in this Championship League this year, but we haven't seen a frame awarded because a player makes 3 consecutive misses when they can see a ball on. We've seen a player have a brain fog in pot 2 consecutive reds. That happened with Zach Richardson this week. The referee, Rob Spencer, did a great job noticing it because both of us in the commentary box didn't. I saw a miscue on the final black of the final frame to determine who won the group. It was Zhang Anda. He miscued playing safe. He still got the black safe despite the miscue and eventually won the frame. So they're the 2 most bizarre incidents, I think. That's the thing with snooker, Chris, and I'm sure you'll relate to this. You think, yeah, you've seen it all, but you never have.
Never. No, there's always things that crop up over the season that even yourself, Phil, haven't come across. I mean, when I played Neil Robertson at the Crucible this year, I thought I'd got the match totally won. Just about managed to get over the line 10-8. And next thing you know, I assumed that the black had already been, the black spot was covered. But the referee ended up putting the black back onto the black spot. I genuinely stood there for a minute and thought, oh, I could have sworn that she's just it didn't fit on there a second ago. Not realising that that Neil had held the black spot the shot before, but I mean, to compose yourself. It's such a key part of this game. You're always going to find things that disrupt your rhythm, but got to push that reset button and be ready for that next chance.
I think in terms of break building rhythm, and it's unavoidable, the thing that breaks a player's rhythm a lot is when the pink won't go back on its spot and it has to be put right in the middle of a bunch of reds, and the referee obviously has to take his time to get them in the precise place they should be, and that can interrupt and disrupt.
Yeah, how often do you see a player standing there for a good 30 seconds right in front of that next shot, waiting for the referee to respot the pink? I feel like saying to them, just go and sit down, relax, like, take a minute, have a sip of your water and prepare yourself, because you standing in front of him isn't going to make him do it any quicker. To quote the great Dominic Dale from earlier on in this tournament, he's given that a bit of a yahoo there. Yellow not fine in the back of the pocket, and, well, He's managed to get the white right around the table, but unfortunately he stuck Fan Zhengyu right in here.
Yeah, it's never recommended when you're stretching like Highfield was there to hit the ball at maximum pace.
One.
Have you played Fan, Chris?
We definitely played at least once. I remember him beating me 4-3 on the either the black, or it might have been a respotted black. Might have been the English Open when it was down in Crawley a few years ago. But back then he was just a raw potter, and only a year or two after that he ended up winning the European Masters from nowhere and catapulted himself up the rankings, and he's gone on to do well since then. He'll still be looking for that next little breakthrough, the next stage of his career, but he really thinks about the game, Fan. You can see even here he's trying to work out exactly where he wants that white to give him the best chance of developing the black and making this a frame-winning chance.
Well, number 48 at the moment, Fan. I think he's definitely got potential to go back higher than that. We've seen an awful lot of century breaks here from an awful lot of players. I think one of the reasons is the corner bags at the black end of the table. If you play at quiet pace, they are a little more generous than normal.
It's not by much, though. I think people back home assume that they are literally skips on these Rasson tables, but it's really, really not the case. Just that odd shot that on a star table, because they are that much tighter
19.
On the star tables, they don't drop. Whereas on these Rassons, that's that little shot where you think, is it going to drop? Is it not going to drop? Well, on these Rasson tables, more often than not, they do fall slightly easier.
Fan Zhengyu, 19.
Well, after another Yahoo.
Yahoo indeed.
Dave Gilbert was saying actually just how much he enjoys playing on the Rassons, the condition of them, the dependability of them. Basically, he just enjoys playing his snooker on these tables. They're used for both championship leagues, the ranking and invitation, and they're used for the Champion of Champions.
Am I right in thinking they're used for the World 9-Ball Tour as well?
They are, yes.
They're obviously slightly smaller than these snooker tables, but they'd be so disappointed with that. His only objective there was to get that white wide of the green and down towards the reds, but still got a chance at this long red, and he would expect to get this. I think that red wobbling in the way that it did there is exactly what you were just alluding to, Phil. On a star table, that probably isn't going to drop in, but he's risking this one. Nicely, safely in behind the yellow.
7.
Now, Chris, after some of your otherworldly middle pocket potting during the World Championship, you're a good person to ask this question. What about the middles on these Rassons? Are they about the same as the stars?
They're not too different. Middle pocket potting is, you have to be very, very accurate regardless of what table you're playing on, whether it be a club table, a Rasson or a star. You have to be very, very accurate into the middle pockets. I think they do probably play a fraction bigger than the stars, but they're by no means easy.
One.
Could be a big moment this for Sahil Nayar. He's from Ontario in Canada. First season pro. And this is frame ball.
25.
So Nayar, who is to most on the tour an unknown quantity, has pretty much taken the first frame from Dylan Emery.
Liam Highfield.
Emery needing 2 snookers on pink and black, and don't think he's bothering. Chris, there are certain shots that when you commentate, when you play, when you watch, you remember, and the yellow you knocked in at the World Championship from deep in bulk, off its spot to the middle bag, was one of the best shots I've ever seen, period.
Oh, thanks, Phil. That's it's flattering to hear. I know that I was just talking a moment ago with Dave that that Steve Davis was in tears apparently after that shot. I mean, I watched it back after that session finished, and it was an honour to hear Steve Davis and Stephen Hendry, you know, 2 of my heroes, and I'm sure heroes of many fans back home. But to hear them talking so highly about the way that I played and my shot choices, it's very validating. That's part and parcel of what I'm practicing these days. It's probably a lot different from what most players are practicing. And it's for that sort of reason, when them situations come up, you've got the confidence to play those sort of shots. In fact, Stephen Hendry messaged me after that first session and said, like, love the aggressive shot choices, and the confidence. Yeah. Trying to play the game how Stephen used to do back in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, to beat 2 authentic title contenders back-to-back, one of whom had a 147 against you, and eventually the person who beat you was the guy who went on to lift the trophy.
Mark Allen's 147 was it actually, strangely, my favourite moment of the whole championship. My very earliest memory of snooker was watching Mark Williams make a 147 at the Crucible. I was only about 9 years old at the time, but watching it on TV. So to be in there and have someone make a 147 against me was actually, that was my favourite moment of the whole tournament, in spite of me getting through to the quarterfinals. Because that's, you know, that's one thing that I remember most of all. It's my earliest memory is watching someone make a 147 at the Crucible. So to be sat in that box office seat opposite the guy watching him make it, it was magic for me. I was really happy for Mark as well. He's obviously the first player to complete the 147 Triple Crown as well, to make a 147 in all 3 of the Triple Crown events, the UK, the Masters and the World Championships.
I was actually commentating on it, and I thought at one point he'd snookered himself. I was so pleased when the cue ball went just far enough to be able to continue on.
I think that was black to yellow. I was sat in the chair behind it thinking, I don't think he's got there. But he was down pretty quick on the yellow, so yeah, it's just another magic moment at the Crucible, and hopefully there'll be a few more to come over the years.
Well, that's the next question I was going to ask you. Now you've been there, you've gone into the second week, quite deep into the second week. Will you be more equipped for that kind of run again? Because I got the impression, and I might be completely off the mark here, I got the impression that towards the end, a little bit of mental fatigue was in there somewhere.
I was exhausted, absolutely exhausted by the second session of the quarter-final. And it has, in fact, motivated me to up my running, to quit smoking for the umpteenth time in my life. I genuinely felt so exhausted during that quarter-final match, and that was a disappointing thing for me. Obviously didn't play well in that match against Xintong, but for me I just didn't feel psychologically ready, as you say. You don't realise sometimes how long that tournament is, and I came home in between matches, but still, the psychological warfare out there, it's anyone who's ever lifted that trophy, you know, hats off to them, because it takes more than just skill and the physicality. It's the mental strength as well to get through those 5 matches at the Crucible.
Well, to win your first 3 matches, you've got to win 36 frames. You've then got to win 35 to win your next 2. So it is a big ask.
After quite a long, slow start to this frame, which felt as though there was going to be a good 10 minutes of safety left in this, that poor shot from Liam there has given Fan a golden chance to win this opening frame. He's got 2 open reds that he can use to develop the 4 reds in the centre of the table and get himself over the line in this opening frame.
Thank you. 1.
You can see there just how left-eye dominant Fan is, but the black safely in. Wonder if he might choose to use the green here to bring those 4 reds into play, or does that top red just about pass to the left corner?
Nice.
Hear the buzz of a helicopter overhead, and that brings to mind another bizarre incident that happened on day 1. Stephen Maguire was going down for an important shot, and an ice cream van outside started playing its music.
I think I just about remember that.
13.
Yeah, I don't think he took it particularly well either. He did not want a 99 with a flake.
Tell you what, though, he played well. He really did. Lost the first frame of the day and won the next 9. Coming up here, what should be a pretty routine frame ball.
20. 21.
And he could do with a group win today, because hasn't made the best of starts to the season. Lost both of his qualifiers the week before this tournament began. Beaten in the Wuhan Open by Ben Mertens 5-3, and he lost 4-2 to Rob Milkins for British Open qualification.
$34. 35. 42.
Yeah, that win over Ben Mertens in the Wuhan qualifying. Ben, one of the few players that have won every single match they've played so far on the tour this season.
47.
Yeah, he played well in this to top his group, had a trio of centuries.
Century 47 on the frame.
No century in this frame, but a late 47, good enough to give Fan Zhengyi a 1-0 lead.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena, where I can tell you on table 2, Dylan Emery has just drawn level with Sahil Nair at 1 frame each. Here, Liam Highfield hopes the score will be the same against Fan Zhengyi after this frame.
It's worth remembering with this format as well that obviously everyone's goal at the start of the day is to win the group and qualify to the next stage, but every match is still important, as we see Liam knocking that fantastic long red. Each match and each frame can be the difference between finished first, second, third or fourth, and there are prizes for finish second and third in the groups, but I mean, John Astley the other day never lost a single match all day. 2-all, 2-all and 2-all, and he finished last in the group, which is quite remarkable, really.
This was really early on. Rookie pro,
8.
Zhao Hanyang. Basically, he was 2-1 up on Yao Pengcheng, another rookie pro from China. He had the most simple blue to the left-hand middle pocket. Absolutely routine. I think he needed one more red in a colour to win the match 3-1.
9.
For whatever reason, he missed the blue. Yao cleared up with 58 to win the frame on the black. He drew the match 2-2, so that took him to 5 points. As Highfield makes a really good job of splitting them. So then, even then, Liu Haoshan
16.
only need to draw against Jamie Jones to get the job done. He lost 3-1. And so it meant that after being basically 2 or certainly 3 balls away from topping the group, Zhao Hanyang finished last. And the balls were like sitting ducks after the blue he'd missed.
24.
He must have been devastated. It was such a simple shot.
25.
Now then.
It's 4 reds and 4 blacks, but
32.
I think he might be slightly wrong side of this red, and I doubt he's going to risk getting back down for the black here. Yeah. Well,
Liam Highfield, 32.
Total disaster there, and I think he was thinking about the maximum. Sort of considered trying to get back on the black, and in the end, an absolute meltdown, and has missed a straightforward red to right centre.
One.
I noticed there, Phil, that as soon as you mentioned him making a 147, A, it went wrong, and B, he's now given the chance to fan to win the frame. So in future, if you're watching my matches, Phil, can you just not mention that I'm on a 147? That would be really helpful.
I didn't. I just said now then.
We all knew. We all knew.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you believe in the commentator's curse?
Oh,
6.
absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I know, Chris, you were watching the other day when I was
7.
in the middle of an involved story about only fools and horses, and that was when Zach Richardson potted the 2 reds back to back. That's why I didn't notice. So that's my own personal curse.
I was saying to my my other half, Lucy, so you guys have been sat in this commentary box for a good few weeks now, and the conversation's gone through every single topic in the world, and it's ended up at only fools and horses.
14.
Yeah, in that instance, there was not a horse in sight, but I was the fool. You guys are so good, Chris. It must drive you to distraction when you miss a ball like the one Highfield has just failed on, when it's purely a mental lapse.
It's all you can put it down to. It's such a strange miss, and Fan would have been sat in his chair, almost preparing himself for the next frame. You do not expect your opponent to miss when the balls were as nice as they were, and as we get a little shot of Liam there looking thoroughly displeased with the situation. He knows this frame should have been on the board now. He should already be levelled up at 1 each, but as you look at where the balls are now on the table, there's not a professional in the world that doesn't think, I'm going to clear up these now and we'll get on with the next frame. So it's particularly frustrating when you sat in the chair in this instance. You've already missed the opportunity. You're 99% sure that the guy's going to clear up. But you have got to be ready just in case it does go wrong. Do you think, Phil, that in some way it might be a bit of ring rustiness from Liam? Obviously, he's been off the tour for the last 18 months or so.
Yeah, that could be the case, definitely. Got on by winning the European Amateur Championship earlier this year in Turkey. And he made a great return to the tour, actually. In the Women Open qualifier, he beat Stuart Bingham 5-2. In fact, he nearly beat Jack Lazowski in the British Open qualifier, losing that 4-3. He was 3-1 down, came back to force a decider, and Lazowski made a 70-plus break in the all-important 7th frame.
35.
I'm fairly certain that he didn't force the decider, but Jack should have cleared up to win the match 4-2, and I think he missed the black altogether in the end. tried to develop it, left it safe, and needed to play a thin safety and missed it altogether. And the pair of them were walking off, laughing to themselves, but inside, I know Jack would have been absolutely furious, much like Liam is at this moment in time.
Yeah, there's another dynamic to this. When you're up against someone who's just missed an easy ball and they give you a golden chance, I think that heightens your own concentration, because you realise just how much a clearance would hurt your opponent.
It's the brutality of single-player sports. The guy's struggling, you've got to remind them that they're struggling. Not only that they've made a simple mistake, but you're going to capitalise on what's left as well. He is going to need to develop those two reds in the centre of the table, though, so he'll already have a plan in mind now as to how he's going to do that, whether it be from the blue, pink or black. Could potentially play it from one of the baulk colours, but makes the target wider, but doesn't guarantee that he's going to land on one of the reds. Could not have placed that better with his hand. Almost certainly going to make contact with that bottom red, but can he get nicely on one of them? If so, it looks certain for 2-0. Wow.
$55.
Still, he's at the table and can still find an angle on a colour and play the same shot again, but he's made it so much more difficult for himself. Such a simple shot as well.
Will the pendulum swing again? So Highfield feeling a lot better that his mistake didn't directly lead to loss of frame.
He was up and at that chair like a meerkat then, Liam. And he's not shy of sharing his emotions, Liam, either, as he saunters around the table, frustrated that he's left the white short there, and immediately given Fan a chance to redeem that last shot.
It was a wobbler, but it was always just a little overcut.
The way that he stayed down on that shot told you straight away that he didn't think it was going to drop. I know some players quite like to stick the needle in and stay down on those shots even when they're definitely in, but I don't think Fan's one of those players.
1.
Got a few choices here, Liam. Just trying to assess which angle on the ball colours is best to get close to these reds. He'd love to play for the more difficult one first. The one nearest to the side cushion. Sort of play for both at the same time, but if he can take that more difficult red out, he'd really fancy getting on the other one. And that would then give him a great chance to level the match. Got choices here. He can try and lift the red, or just try and play position on it. It's personal preference, this one.
Yeah, and the shot choice might have been influenced there by the fact he's a left-hander.
My only issue with trying to develop it is that you're not guaranteed to land on it, but just about managed to clip the red in there. Lost the cue ball a fraction.
13.
Can he just nibble this pink through? If it's straight enough, then he'll be very happy with the result, but he might have to play for the yellow to left centre here. I think that's what he's eyeballing. He really will feel, if he can win this frame, that he's played his get out of jail free card. That chance that he had originally, which he gifted to Fan. Yeah, you can see there from Liam, if he thinks he's potted a red cleanly or the pink in that instance, he's straight up off the shot and looking for his next pot. I'd love to see that. Wants to try and play the game as quickly as possible, Liam. Really gets on with it. And a little bit too confident with the yellow, though.
Highfield, 19.
That extra bit of pace means that this frame's going to come down to whoever can find a way to pot this yellow. I think so many frames over the course of a season do come down to these sort of situations, and if you can find a way to win more of these than you lose over the course of a season, it means that you're winning so many more matches and having deeper runs in tournaments.
Yeah, when you're looking at patterns of frames, the other one that's very common is when a frame comes down to one awkward red left and it comes down to a battle on the last red. You're right, though. Definitely, if you can increase your percentage of winning tied frames, obviously, more frames you can win, it helps. But as like mentioned before, if you lose a frame, you might have won. If you lose a tied frame, that has more of a negative psychological impact on a player than if they lose a frame to a century.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Roger Federer was saying that over the course of his entire career, he only won maybe 52% of all the points that he played. Arguably the greatest player of all time, and only wins 50% or just over. In these sort of situations, late on in frames, If you can win more than 50% of these tight frames when these situations come up, such a massive advantage over your opponents over the course of a season. As are getting flukes, Phil.
Yeah, that was worth mentioning, Chris. What a fluke that was.
Yeah, I think my plan for this season is just to get lucky in these situations, like try and fluke a ball at the optimum moment and really frustrate my opponent at the same time. Will Fan try and be as aggressive as Liam was? A very similar shot on the yellow to the left centre, but I don't think you're going to see Fan try and ram this green in. Maybe slightly more gently. Not exactly the same problem. Fraction too much pace and not enough accuracy.
And not the jaw he wanted to hit. So Highfield, 6 behind, needs green to pink.
Three.
After all the mistakes and commotion in this frame, I think one good shot here on the brown. It should be deal done. 1-all. This is the big shot. Anything but tight on that cushion. A ball shorter would have been ideal, but a ball further was disastrous, so. Safely in this pink for 1-all.
The dolly red he missed to the middle pocket much earlier in the frame when he seemed to have it under control is now forgotten because Liam Highfield has equalised at 1 frame each.
Liam, I think you'll have to go upstairs to the toilets, okay?
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
This has got the makings of a very competitive group. If you're just joining us, Zouser started out with a 3-0 win over Mikhail Subachik, the 14-year-old from Poland. He finished that off with a century break. Now we're watching our second match of the day on Table 1, where Fan Zhengyi and Liam Highfield have shared the first 2 frames. Over on Table 2, Aaron Hill was off to a flyer against Gary Thompson. Now Dylan Emery and Sahil Nair are one frame each, but it looks as though the Canadian might be hitting the front. Had the pleasure of spending some time in Toronto, and they've got some wonderful clubs there.
11.
Don't know whether it still exists, but back when I was shown around by my good pal Jim White, there was a club there called the Academy of Spherical Arts. It was simply wonderful. Award-winning restaurant in there, and all of these ornate tables. The positional shot that Nair has just played wasn't wonderful, though.
Do you think we'll ever get a ranking event stateside?
Well, maybe not stateside, but obviously Canada's got quite a tradition, so you can never say never.
They're in their own. 12.
Cliff Thorburn from Canada, the 1980 world champion. Lots of other well-known stars as well. Kirk Stevens, who made that famous 147 at the Masters. Big Bill Werbenig. Jim White, my pal, twice a World Championship quarter-finalist. Lots of other good players as well. Bob Chaperon, former British Open champion.
I love the knowledge, Phil.
He beat Alex Higgins in the final, did Chaperon. That was towards the end of Higgins' prime playing days.
Another famous Canadian, Alain Robidoux as well, the subject of the Ronnie O'Sullivan playing left-handed at the Crucible, and Robidoux was infamously upset, thinking that the Rocket was taking the mick, but the truth be told, that Ronnie was as good left-handed as most people are at snooker right-handed.
Yeah, that was patched up subsequently. Alain Robidoux, what a great guy from Montreal. Of course, in that match with O'Sullivan, yes, there was lots of left-handed shots, but I think there was a couple of one-handed shots as well, which didn't go down well. Robidoux rose to number 7 in the world, actually.
He does cue the ball. He cues the ball so beautifully, Liam, when he gets it going. It's got a slight puzzle to navigate here. Not sure if the black spot's occupied. Not too many open reds. He needs to find a way to bring more reds into play as soon as he possibly can.
Can tell you that Sahil Nair has taken, one has to say, a surprise 2-1 lead over Dylan Emery, so he's going to get something from the first match of the group on table 2. It could be a full complement of points.
9. It's frozen. If you're going to carry on for the break, I'll do it. Okay, I'll have to go upstairs. And
you might have heard John Pellew there saying it's frozen. He's talking about the scoring system. You see the referees with those zappers, you might think, well, they're changing channels on the TV.
It's the late now. Sorry about
That's not the case.
Yes, thank you.
It's sorted out.
Yeah, every now and again we do have a slight issue with the scoring system, but 99% of the time, it's pretty bulletproof. I think as a player, you have to just be aware that that can potentially happen sometimes, and not to let it distract you. It's easy to stand there and think, oh, the scoreboard's gone wrong, I've done nothing wrong, and it's impacting my performance. But unfortunately, it's part of sport. Things are going to go wrong, and you have to learn to accept that and deal with it.
12.
Concentrate on what you can affect in front of you. It doesn't seem like it's affected Liam too much. Straight back in here. Connected well with the Reds, but end of break, I'm afraid. Quite well known, I think, that Liam is a very strong runner. He's a lot stronger in his younger days. I'm led to believe that his fastest 5k time, which a lot of people will know as the distance for their local park run, is around about the 17-minute mark, which is elite level running.
Well, the world record on the track for 5,000 metres is 12 minutes plus, so he's very swift. We'll have to find out what the actual world record now is for the 5,000 metres.
Great Dave Moorcroft had the 5,000 metre record for a number of years.
He did, from Coventry, not too far from here.
I met Dave on a few occasions, and really, really nice guy. When I took part in the ballroom dancing a few years ago for Zoe's place, Dave Moorcroft took part in it the year before I did, and his son Paul Moorcroft did it the same year I did. Really nice family. Obviously, Dave, he held the British record for around 40 years until it was beaten in mid-2000s, I think.
5,000 metres world record holder Joshua Cheptegei. 12 minutes, 35 seconds, 0.36.
7.
The Rocket can make 2 maximums in that time, though, Phil.
Well, of course, the infamous 5-minute maximum came against someone who is also very local to you, 12. Mick Price.
Yeah, Mick Price. I mean, he was the subject of that fastest 147, but an amazing player in his own right. You know, he really struggled with his eyesight, Mick, and still rose to 18 in the world at his absolute peak. And he's I do believe he's a maths teacher these days, and
13.
Doesn't play anymore, unfortunately. He did play in the Nuneaton Snooker League for a few years after he'd retired, but yeah, he's great company, Mick. Really is a great lad to be around.
Yeah, true diamond. Had one of the unluckiest defeats I can ever recall. He
20.
Walked from his hotel to the venue. I think I'm right in saying it was the Hexagon Theatre in Reading, but it's not really important. And he walked from his hotel to the venue in some heavy rain, and the water somehow had gone inside his cue case, and his tip was wet, and he just couldn't play with it.
just when you think you've seen it all, Phil.
Never rains but it pours.
Sorry about that terrible point from Phil. Yeah, Mick Price was very good friends with my old manager Ian White of the ATAC club in Nuneaton. He used to tell me some incredible stories
23.
from back in the day. Obviously, Ian was there when Ronnie made that fastest 147 against Mick. But I'm sure he told me a story once that Mick had to withdraw from a tournament because he'd broken his toe the night before, lying in bed. The sheets were tucked in super tight on the bed, and he's tried to kick them out and broke his toe. So unfortunate.
Liam Highfield, 23.
No double from Van Jeng Yi, but that's second prize.
Just meanwhile, over on table 2, Sahel Naya now got a fantastic chance to close the deal on this match and take it 3-1. An ideal chance for Dylan Emery. Potted the blue and scattered the reds everywhere, but unfortunately one of those reds found its way into a pocket and has now given Sahil a great chance here to get his first win on the World Snooker Tour. We will keep you updated on that match over on table 2, but here on table 1, great chance for Liam to get himself in front in the match.
What?
You'd feel that this black here is the key to this frame now. Black on the spot, red's all in open play. The lead goes to 50, so
8.
A couple more reds at least required here. You were just saying a moment ago, Phil, that Mattioli Arena here in Leicester doesn't just hold snooker events, but they had the darts here a few weeks ago as well.
Yeah, home of Leicester's
17.
fine basketball team as well. And in November, it will be the venue for the Champion of Champions.
23.
I wasn't aware that we're moving back to the Midlands with the Champion of Champions. Was in Coventry for a good number of years, but
24.
That's great to know that it's coming back to Leicester. And the winner of this event obviously will find their way into that tournament. And given that there's only one player left in the top 16 left in this tournament, there's not many players that have already qualified for that event. So it's a chance for somebody this week.
31.
Yeah, massive chance. And Liam Highfield is going to hit the front.
37.
Okay, a red that should have been potted is missed, but it's far too late to change the outcome of the frame. Liam Highfield dominates the frame, and Fan Zhengyi falls 2-1 behind.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Liam Highfield will be delighted. He's in front against Fan Zhengyi, even though Fan won the opening frame with a break of 55. On table 2, by the way, we were speculating that Sahil Nair might defeat Dylan Emery. Well, that's up in the air now, because in the 4th frame, Emery needing to win it to salvage a draw, he leads 43-42. He's on the last red, using the rest. So the Welshman does have the opportunity to claim a point.
Thank you, 4th frame. Thanks, injury to break.
Now, what a big frame in this group this one is. Having won 3-0 earlier, Sir would absolutely love a 2-all draw here.
Absolutely. It makes a big difference to the results that Jussi needs to get. If all the other results are draws and Jussi wins his first 2 matches, then he's through without having to contest the final match against Zhengyi.
So when you're involved in one of these groups, Chris, do you keep an eye on what's happening in the other matches?
I think it's difficult not to be involved in that way. I think treat each match individually and you'll do better than thinking about the day as a whole. You know, this first match, if you lost the first 2 frames, for example, you start thinking, well, it's out of my hands now, but just try and win every frame you play. I think that's the best advice I could give to anyone in this tournament. But it's very easy to think the what's ifs and maybes of the other results, but just concentrate on what's in front of you. And right now, Fan Zhengyi is just concentrating on trying to make a frame-winning break here and salvage a draw, because a loss would be very disappointing in this first round match.
Yesterday, you went into your final match against Julien Leclerc knowing a draw would be sufficient to move into the second phase. And the way you got the draw, I thought, was very impressive. 40 behind in that second frame, and he's a dangerous player. And the 68 clearance you made, it wasn't straightforward at all.
No, it was nice to get the match done in the second frame of the meeting. I knew that winning the first frame meant that he had to win the last 3 frames on the trot to win the group, but
13.
Having got the draw, the last 2 frames for me were kind of null and void. Obviously, you'd like to just win 3-0 and get out of the arena and get home early, but you lose all of that focus and intensity when the match is
18.
done. It's difficult to keep your focus.
19.
Well, I can tell you, Dylan Emery has just cued in an absolutely brilliant frame ball blue to indeed draw 2-2 with Sahil Nair. It was blue off its spot to the green bag. The white was some distance away, and he knocked it in with great aplomb. So Dylan Emery and Sahil Nair play out a 2-all draw. That's good news for Aaron Hill. Earlier today beat Gary Thompson 3-0. Now, next up on table 2, Emery and Thompson do battle.
34. Fan Zhengyi, 34.
Liam there clearly frustrated at how far he missed that red by, and in doing so has left Fan with a chance to eke out a draw.
One.
Thought that was going closer than that felt. Golden chance now to get the draw out of this first match. And in fairness, with how well I think Liam's played, saying he'll be relatively happy with scraping a point from this first game in the group.
6. Eleven. 12.
Fan and Zhu in this group are trying to become the 8th Chinese player, actually the 9th Chinese player into the last 32. England have most representatives,
17.
14. There are 2
18.
Welshmen involved and 1 player from Scotland, Hong Kong, Iran, Belgium, Latvia and Thailand.
Yeah, I think out of all the players that have played in this so far, Phil, the most impressive for me was young Artemis Zizins. Played fantastic all day. Beat Si Jiahui in his last match and looked like a real top player. And he had a great start to last season, his first season on the tour, and I'd love to see him do well this year. He's
31.
Smashing lad.
32.
It's great to see European snooker getting stronger every year.
And he's been here all week. He stayed over, been practicing on the tables, not too far from the commentary box. Wears his headphones while he practices, and yeah, he's fully primed
37.
for the next phase.
Fang Zhenji, 37.
So 37 from Fan, 71 the difference, 59 on the table. He's just in the free ball zone, as I call it, Highfield. If he gets 1 snooker and a free ball, he could still just about pull this out of the fire.
The one thing he absolutely has to do in this situation is play for the red on the right-hand side cushion. He wants to leave a red very close to the pink ball so that he can try and get tight behind the pink, tie the red up near to one of the baulk colours and try and force a free ball from the potential foul. I think a lot of amateurs in this situation will just be thinking, okay, take the 2 open reds with the black and then try and find snookers, but that red behind the pink is absolutely vital here in getting a good early snooker. So if he can take the next 2 reds and blacks, he'll give himself a chance at least to get back in the frame. Safely in, so now he's just going to work out where he wants the cue ball so he can make it as difficult as possible for Fan. He needs to try and find a way to get the cue ball glued to the pink, and ideally the red ball tight against one of the baulk colours
24.
to try and get a foul and a free ball. Little bounce here off the red. A couple of inches short, but a really nice visit to the table there from Liam. And giving himself a chance at least of getting back into this frame.
Foul for Liam Highfield.
Absolutely. His stock is risen. the snooker behind the pink was low-hanging fruit. As, in many respects, was that.
That was a fabulous hit. It really was. Still firmly in the driving seat here, Fan, but he knows realistically he should already be shaking hands and upstairs now, getting ready for his next match, but 2 snooker still required.
When you're out there, Chris, explain. I think there's a particular kind of anxiety in this kind of situation because a player knows the frame should be won, and it's very hard to ward off feelings of, if I lose this, I'll never forgive myself.
No, and I've lost some matches in my time that I haven't forgiven myself for. Lost a few deciders in this exact situation, and my opponents need at least 1 snooker, and yeah, you don't forget those ones in a hurry. But Van Hou's now got a chance at a certain match ball. Is it me, Fuller, or the ball's growing and the pocket shrinking?
Not with that yellow you played at the World Championship. It was the other way around.
Surely that's the wrong way of playing that shot. For that very reason, if you hit it, it's easy, but now that he's missed it,
7. They might feel
it's
like
got to be a free ball, surely.
Free ball.
Well, all of a sudden this frame is in the mix, as they say.
Hitting the black and leaving a free ball. You can't do...
Blood, pus, the lot.
Oh. Oh.
He might try and replicate that yellow from the World Championships here and drop the black into the middle pocket. He does need at least a couple of points from this free ball to get to be able to win the frame. Is he going to go all out and try and pot the black and risk leaving that red on? Or he can just play the white in behind the pink. That's a great two-way shot he's played there. Really, really well thought out. He's got the black and given himself a chance to win the match, and at the same time, if he had missed the black, it was a snooker for Fan. So
a frame that could well show the power of perseverance. And now look at this, he's arrived on the
6.
The last red, basically able to pot any colour apart from the yellow.
Well, a few moments ago when Fan missed that red down the black cushion, Liam looked at the table almost forlorn,
7.
thinking, is it worth bothering? He thinks it is now. He just left this slightly awkward. Can't guarantee himself a nice angle on the yellow here, and to the point where I'd almost consider taking the blue here. Because at least you're guaranteed a nice sequence to get up to the green, but... This could be the start of a very good day for Liam Highfield if he can make this clearance. Really bravely played there. Lots of run inside to get up and close to the screen. A little bit of a drifty one, needs to bring the white back across the table, but these are very missable though. Looks easy on your TV screen, but can't play it with much authority because it's slightly thinner than you would like. But a nice solid bit of queuing and
18.
The 4 remaining colours to snatch it, the victory.
And now Fan has that sinking feeling.
22.
The shot choice where he swerved and hit the black and left a free ball, as Chris said at the time, you have to seriously question that.
That white's just about hustled far enough. Pink and black for a brilliant win, must be said.
33.
Deep breath.
Yeah, this is not a certainty. Liam Highfield, what a great escape from him. Bear in mind, with 4 reds left and 59 points on the table, he was 71 adrift. But he dug himself out of the deep hole. And he's not just won that frame, he's won the match 3-1. As for Fan Zhengyi, he's got 5 minutes to process that and go again against Mikhail Subachik in his second match, the last of the session.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
you lose, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions, you need to come take it. I mean, you want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English, but please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
What a match we've just seen. Liam Highfield committing daylight robbery. He beat Fan Zhengyi 3-1 after needing 3 snookers in the last frame. He actually got 2, the second of which yielded a free ball, and he went from there, cleared up. So Fan now takes on Mikhail Subachik. No doubt downcast, wondering what happened. But of course he must put that to one side, because if he were to win this match and he's last of the day against Zhu Se, then with 6 points he could quite easily top the group, although now you would need other results to go in his favour. You don't see many frames and matches won like that, Dave, but when they are won, I always feel a little sorry for the player who's lost.
Yeah, and if you're Zhu Se, you might be disappointed as well. He would have liked to draw, I guess, just to sort of neutralise, 2 opponents. But anyway, of course, he's beaten Shabbar 3-0 already. He was very nervous, the young Pole. He's the youngest ever professional, 14. And you could see he was nervy, but the beauty of this format, you get 3 matches. Maybe he'll just relax and settle in a little bit now. Well, he was certainly relaxed in potting that. That's a terrific pot. So that's a terrific way to start the frame. But what will it lead to? Yeah, couldn't quite pot the tough black as well.
1.
I mean, Fan's hardly a veteran at the age of 24, but he's 10 years the senior man here.
News from table 2 while you're away. I think it looked as though he might lose his first match. Things are looking up for Dylan Emery. He gained a 2-all draw against Sahil Nair.
14.
And he's taken the first frame from Gary Thompson with a break of 80.
15.
Well, he was obviously very disappointed the way he lost the 4th frame, but at least he's not sat stewing about it in the players' room. He's got a chance immediately to put things right here. He'd be a big favourite in this match and can still get 3 points and
22.
Be in some sort of shape for later.
23.
Yeah, the other way to look at it, from
30.
Fan's perspective, he could take his venom out on the balls and just knock all of them in 31. And exercise the bad memory that way.
He's certainly not hanging about here, is he? He's doing exactly that, really. A little bit of, sort of anger coming out, maybe, but controlled aggression.
39. 31.
That's how you went into the pack, and it worked out a treat. Ice cream van back in. I was talking about that in the previous match.
Well, of course, he is from Harbin, which is frozen city, isn't it, in China? In fact, he was introduced at the Crucible as the Iceman.
Yeah, that's the city that has that ice festival with those simply extraordinary ice sculptures.
50.
He's not taken long to get to 50, has he? You can see, as you say, taking it out on the table here. What happened in the last match? Trying to get in amongst them. Very positive. Very nice. What a shot. What a shot that is. That he's a frame winner, as long as he just minds his work now.
53.
Seems very unlikely he'll win the group now, but things can happen. You do sometimes get a series of results which change things, so if he wins 3-0 here and can beat Schuser later, you just never know. Well, he'd be on 6 points, wouldn't he? So he'd have every chance.
60.
Yeah, I think 6 points could get it done. We've had groups 1 with 5. We've had one group 1 with 4 points. Hayden Pinney. And in fact, last year we had a group 1 with 3.
67. 68.
Well, poor young Shabbar potted a great long red with the white on the cushion. Missed a tricky black. It wasn't easy. And has basically just
75.
watched the rest of the frame. At least it hasn't taken long.
76. 83.
Well, no century, but a rapid-fire break of 83. And Fan Zhengyi takes a 1-0 lead in no time.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Frames are rattling by on both tables. I can tell you that, barring an extraordinary comeback, which will not happen, on table 2, Dylan Emery is going to take a 2-0 lead over Gary Thompson. In the last 45 minutes or so, Emery's day has been significantly upgraded. Now, will the teenager, will he start to show his true colours? Because he can play this game very nicely. He got to the final of the European Amateur Championship earlier this year.
Well, I can tell you, Phil, Fan Zhengyi's average shot time in that frame was 11 seconds. So, no warning for time wasting, put it that way. Much quicker than he would normally play, but it was a kind of reaction to what happened at the back end of the Highfield match.
Can't believe we're almost at the end of the first phase of the tournament. Of the original 128 players involved, by the end of this evening, only 25% will still be involved. Very nice pot indeed.
One.
Yeah, funny enough, his problem today has not been getting in. He's been knocking in some great balls. This is another one. He's just staying nicely and to put breaks together. Didn't fancy pushing the boat out there, so just one scored.
Oh, very, very fortunate. He caught that pack really thick. I can tell you, Dylan Emery did win the second frame against Gary Thompson. Aided by a break of 126.
Yes, I'm glad Dylan Emery's back on tour. I think he's a terrific talent. I do firmly believe he'll be one of those players who, second time around, starts to do well. First time, he was a bit unlucky to drop off, I thought. But I think, well, look, we don't know, obviously. It's very tough, but I think we'll be seeing him for a while before he drops off again. Showing a bit of discipline here, isn't he, Shabbar? He's played a couple of safeties when he could have taken a couple on. He's trying to force an opening, and he may have done that here. If he can see this red on the left-hand side, he's having a look. No, he can't, but he's at least showing some discipline.
Yeah, and for the second time in this frame, Fan, quite lucky. Went into those reds at decent pace. That is loose.
Yeah, Fan has been fortunate, but now he's looking to benefit from that mistake. It can go one of two ways. You lose a frame like the one he lost to Highfield. You either sulk about it, or you do, I think, what he's done, which is give yourself a talking to. But didn't intend the cannon to yellow. Made his mind up, though, I think, to attack now in this match. I think he's just going to basically take everything on that goes. And that suggests that he will eventually leave some sort of opening. Unless he pots everything, which he's not done in this frame. Very hard to sort of predict, Phil, you know, who's going to come through and win this thing, because there's quite a few established names, aren't there? You know, you've got people who've won ranking events. You've got people like Ricky Walden, Gilbert, Stuart Bingham, Matt Selt, Tom Ford. You know, they're all ranking event winners. But then there's players who, Elliot Slessor would be one, Yuan Sijun. You wouldn't be a shock if players like that won one. Zhu Se, who's top seeded in this group. Wu Yize. So is it going to be an established name who's used to winning, or is it going to be a first-time ranking event winner?
Well, I think I would put another couple of names on my shortlist. Certainly if he replicates his form of the first stage, Stephen Maguire, and Chris Wakelin seems to be oozing confidence. So, yeah, many, many potential winners.
Well, ultimately it'll come down to a knockout final. And what we've seen in that best of five is that it tends to be the experience that tells. You know, you look at the winners. I know Gilbert beat Mark Allen, who I guess would have been favourite, but, you know, Karen Wilson's won the ranking event, Luca Brissell, Sean Murphy, Ali Carter. So players who are used to winning tournaments. We'll see. That'll be next Wednesday night when this tournament comes to a conclusion.
For Subachik to remain in contention to top this group, he has to win the match, and exactly the same applies to his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very unlikely Shabbar will win the group, but it'd be nice to see him play well. It'd be nice to see him win some frames and just show us what he can do. He had that baptism of fire against Sean Murphy in his first match on tour, but he took in the next match in the British Open qualifying, it went to a decider as he knocks in another great long one, and this time he's on the pink. So is this the start of something for the lad?
As you said, he's got a great eye for potting them from distance.
Seven. Eight.
best 14-year-old I've ever seen. Well, Ronnie O'Sullivan. But Judd Trump was a remarkable
14.
prodigy as well. Won the English under-15 title when he was 10.
I was there, yeah. He was in Gateshead. Yeah, it was incredible. I mean, it shouldn't be allowed, really. But of course, and they're great players. Jimmy White was a prodigy as well. But of course, they did have the advantage of growing up in the UK with the junior circuit, with the game established here. Shabbar has not had that. So for him to do enough to turn pro at 14 is pretty remarkable. Whatever happens over the next 2 years, he's got a lot of years clearly left in the game. Funny thing to say though, Phil, that the referee's not much older, is he? He's only 18. Done a fine job the last couple of weeks. Fyodor from Latvia.
So the combined age of the two players and the referee, 7 years younger than me. That's a depressing thought.
Yeah.
$28. $29.
Just a little short here. Looking at the blue, obviously pink, you'd have to go around the houses. A big shot on the blue to try and keep the break going. He kind of played it as if it was a big shot, but it looks like he's got away with it, actually.
29.
That's what he will learn that you need as well in this sport, running. Dear me, that was not good at all from Van. Doesn't seem to be taking that much sort of time over his shots, does he? It worked in the last frame, it hasn't worked in this one.
And when you're Subachic's age, obviously you want to do well, you want to pick up ranking points and earn a few quid. But the best thing about it is that he just loves playing. And to be able to play in these conditions on TV against top players, what a thrill.
Yeah, and the way that the sort of circuit is set up, you know, he could, well, he's already played Sean Murphy, of course, but in terms of a sort of a TV venue, if he can get through, he could play an O'Sullivan or a Trump. If it had got through in the British Open, of course, that's an open draw. We don't know yet who he would have played, but just missed out on a place in Cheltenham. Just as it was starting to look like a good chance, but again, I guess it could have been worse in terms of the result. He has left a half chance here. I'm sure he'll go for it.
He stayed down on that, gave the impression that he was a little concerned, and it caught nothing but pocket. It's not been a good day so far for Gary Thompson, heavily beaten by Aaron Hill 3-0 earlier. And now he's within a ball of being beaten 3-0 by Dylan Emery.
Well, he's just going for everything here, taking doubles on. He's just playing a very open match. Still a bit of a hangover from the last match, but when you're just sort of slashing at the balls like that, you know, you'd be lucky not to leave something. This is a big chance now for Shabbar to win his first frame. I don't necessarily even mean in this visit. I just mean in terms of his opponent's sort of general approach. This might not be the last chance he gets in the frame. He's already 29 in front.
One. Six.
Emery home and dry. He's now a serious threat in the group. And in fact, at the end of the session on table 2, as the concession arrives there, Emery with a draw and a win over Gary Thompson, confirmed at 3-0. He will be the table topper at the halfway stage of the day.
Now then, can Shabbar get on the next red, because it's all he'll need is checking the scores. Well, it looks like he's playing safe. Looks like he's going to play safe off the brown, or thinking about it. Maybe push the yellow safe. Which is quite disciplined, isn't it? Because the natural inclination at that age is just to try and pot everything, but actually it's his opponent who's doing that. He's laid the snooker. I don't think Fan will be taking a pot on here.
He can afford to miss once but not twice. Oh, again. No damage done. If the red pots, maybe Subachik would have been regretting not putting the yellow safe, but it didn't go. Mind you, now everything is in the open.
Well, we know Fan will take one of these on. It's just a question of whether he gets it or not. If he does, definite chance for 2-0. Great pot. That made a lovely noise, didn't it, as it hit the leather.
You see, when he played the snooker off the yellow, the 14-year-old, it was quite a big target to hit the red. But that's what we talked about, Dave, the fact he's got 2 years of invaluable experience.
Yeah, the way Fan hit it, glancing off it, you know, he obviously didn't leave anything. He's missed that. Looks like he's covered it. Which is a good job because it's all Shabbar needs. But yeah, I mean, there'll be the old sort of sweats of the game would be saying, get the colour on the cushion.
Now, the one thing I've noticed with Fan, he's really good at potting balls downside cushions. There you go. He does it time and again. I've seen him in several matches knocking some remarkable balls.
Yeah, you've got to be so precise with a shot like that. So if you can get on this yellow, every chance to steal the frame. Ooh, we got to pot the blue first. So now he can only tie.
Ranjingi, 1.
Well, if this bounces, chance to clip it in and win his first frame here at the Championship League. The youngest ever professional, remember, at 14. Overcuts it.
Even though he's behind in the frame, Fan has had 3 or 4 very benevolent pieces of luck. But the clinching piece of luck falls to Subachik. Just get the impression, I don't know why, that Fan is not in a festive mood at the moment.
I don't think he's in the mood to... I mean, he's obviously playing for the snooker, but I don't think he's in the mood to really dig in. Like you say, he's just going for everything. And in the end, that sort of slight lack of focus on the blue, wasn't it? There was the key moment. One snooker needed to tie, so this is not out of the woods yet, but it's looking good for him. Blue's in a dangerous spot though for snookers. If he could get in behind it, then it would be nasty. Well, this is pretty nasty. It was an easy enough hit, but he just sort of loses control of the exchange.
So now if he pots the brown,
3.
he would be 22 behind with 18 on, so he could win outright with 1 snooker. Of course, that precludes him from getting a really nasty one, as Dave said, behind the blue.
Well, all eggs in one basket here, taking it down to pink and black. And often your best chance is your first chance here.
Anjingi, 12.
A couple of kisses, that could have sent the white anywhere, but he's okay. Yeah, the reason I say your best chance is sometimes your first chance, because if you don't get the snooker, it gives the player the chance to start lagging the pink towards the pocket, and possibly in the pocket.
Yeah, I did a commentary with John Virgo a few years back, and he said exactly the same thing, and he's spot on. When a frame is won with 1 snooker needed, with just pink and black on the table, it's a very high percentage of first-time snookers. What a way to wrap it up. That was exquisitely cued. Mikhail Subachik, he's on level terms at 1-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Can a 14-year-old win a match on the World Snooker Tour? Well, we will find out. Right now, Mikhail Subachik has just drawn level with Fan Zhengyi at 1 frame each. Whichever of these 2 players loses this frame, that will mean they are out of the running to top the group. They both come into this match knowing only a win would keep their hopes alive. as the anger of losing that extraordinary frame to Liam Highfield subsides, I just wonder whether Fan Zhengyi might play a little more conventionally in this frame and the next, i.e. a little more cautiously.
Yeah, it's a good point, because the fact is he didn't get away with it, did he? You know, you can't take anyone for granted in this sport. I mean, his opponent is very young, but he's had a good amateur career already. And that's why he's on the tour. Oh, we thought he got that. He was on the walk. But he's left a really good scoring chance. And, of course, Shabbar now has won a frame, so he'll be feeling a lot better about things in general.
One. Three.
Of course, there are two other Poles on tour, Anthony Kowalski and Matthias Baranowski, whose birthday is actually today, and he's a coach as well. So he's passed on a few words of wisdom. But it's very hard to, I think, get over to a 14-year-old what it would be like just being on tour. Actually, not necessarily even the snooker or the rest of it, the mechanics of it, the realities of it. It sounds glamorous, but a lot of it is just travelling and hotels and managing your time.
What a smashing adventure. Of course, he will be in Saudi Arabia, in Jeddah for the Saudi Arabia Masters. Every single member of the tour goes out there, no qualifying.
Yeah, it's unique in that sense, I guess, and that'll be, like you say, an adventure out to Jeddah next month.
19.
Coming in round one, it's a tiered draw, which means it's seeded, so different seeds come in each round. So he'll be in round one. He would need to win 4 matches to take on one of the top 16.
20.
Starting to look more confident now, just in the balls. I did the first match against you, sir, and he didn't look assured early on, but I did say at the time, you know, the beauty of this event is you get 3 matches guaranteed, and we've seen several examples of players struggle in the first match and then, you know, start to show us what they can do later on in the day.
Well, in losing to Umut Dikma 4-3 in the British Open, Subachek did make breaks of 82 and 75.
$28.
And that personal best on tour of 82 might well be improved upon here. Lovely split.
Yeah, played this well, didn't he? Now, can he just keep in nice position on the practice table? He would back himself here. Could be, Phil, that, you know, this I would say tape, it's not that these days, is it footage? He's rolled out years from now, like they do with Stephen Hendry and John Parrott on Junior Pot Black, with John wore that brown suit. Ronnie O'Sullivan, he was on, I think it was Thames TV, wasn't he? The Cockney Classic or something like that when he was very young. As in terms of, this is where it all started for a player who knows what he's going to do, but could have a great, great career when we're long retired.
Or worse.
$44.
Well, I don't want to put him under it, but imagine if he made a century.
51.
Just a little short of pace. He does have choice of pink or black, but neither pot especially appetising. The black's certainly better in terms of position.
He's still doing his studies, by the way, around playing snooker, but I think most people at the age of 14 would agree this beats sitting in a schoolroom any day. Just needs to keep on track here. Could have been on an easier red than this. Nicely done.
60.
Couple of pots away from securing the frame, and then it's a question of how big the break will be.
I remember way back at the World Masters at the NEC in Birmingham when Australia's Quinton Han, as a 13-year-old, became the youngest player ever to make a century on TV. So Subacek couldn't get that record. But that would not diminish the achievement in any way.
68.
And his target, being pragmatic, would be to better the 107 from Zhu Se.
Well, that's frame ball. So now he can concentrate on making a maiden century on the World Snooker Tour.
$76.
Such an assured performance compared to the first match where he was nervous, and that's fine. He's entitled to be. But now he's showing real steel.
$82. $83.
Yeah, steel and poise. Felt as though he didn't get the best of contacts there, so asking the referee to clean the cue ball.
Yeah, the veteran referee at the age of 18 officiating here. It's a young man's game, Phil, it would seem. That's the beauty of snooker, though, isn't it? Because it's not a physical sport. It's also an old man's game. We've got 350-somethings in the top 5 in the world. But we've also got these young talents now starting to make a move, make a splash. And Miguel Shabbar, he's a couple of balls, 3 balls away from making a century. Let's hope he does it now.
What a shame. I don't know whether he suffered a kick there. It seemed as though he might have done because it went quite thick, the pink. Ah, that really is disappointing for so many people. But with a break of 91, we've just seen what Mikhail Subacek is capable of. Lots.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Fan Zhengyi, after losing his first match 3-1 to Liam Highfield and then falling 2-1 down here, well, I'm afraid he cannot top the group. As for Mikhail Shabbar, he's got two new fans, Dave and I, and I'm sure everyone watching around the world. What a talent.
Yeah, it was a shame he couldn't make the century, but it was a terrific break, wasn't it? Just very coolly, calmly composed. And now a chance to get up to 3 points in this group. Fan was in a bad mood, I think, coming into the match, and he's had a result there, hasn't he? I mean, that he could have left the frame on there, actually, based on what we saw in frame 3. But his mood, of course, was affected by the way he lost the last frame against Liam Highfield, who at one point needed 3 snookers.
We repeatedly make this point, but I think it is worth revisiting. If you are one of those 2 players in each group who has back-to-back matches, it can be very beneficial if you win the first. But if you lose the first, especially having thrown a frame away, then it can be the worst thing possible to go straight back on. Again, lovely. Not just the pot, but the use of side to wind the angle off the top cushion, meaning he avoided all of the traffic. If Sean Murphy's watching this, I bet he's delighted that he played so well against Shabbar. Didn't give him a great amount of chance, he was telling us. It'll be really interesting, Dave, to see who he draws in the Saudi Arabia Masters.
Six. $17.
Look at that again. You're not going to be well-rounded at the age of 14 in terms of knowing all of the moves and the subtleties. But he's got all the basic ingredients of brilliance. Cues so well, hits the ball with great authority. I like the fact that he's definitely not a head shaker when things don't go his way. He doesn't pout, doesn't let everyone know the bad luck he's had. He just gets on with things, accepts things. I think there's a lot to build on here, Dave.
Absolutely, and in the modern game, of course, break building is everything, really, and he certainly knows how to do that. We just saw it in the last frame. So there'll be work to do, I guess, tactically, just learning some of the moves, but he can learn them. But in terms of the solid base, as you say, he's definitely got it. Don't like to go overboard with young players, but, you know, we're watching him play some really good stuff here. And he's starting to look favourite to get the 3 points as opposed to share them. Not a rusher either, is he? You know, he's thinking about things as well when he has to. This is a tough pink if he's going to tag it on.
Yeah, in recent years, young players have been classified as such when they're in the mid-20s. He's 14.
Well, they are just the safety.
Mikhail Subarchuk, 24.
He feels that he's kind of got his man where he wants him. I think Fan, though, is just in the mood to just take everything on. Yeah, excellent pot.
What?
Shabbar just didn't... He just grazed the brown, didn't he? Didn't quite get the white to the baulk cushion as intended, so he did leave a chance. Now, can Fan at least get a point out of this? It's not been an enjoyable session for him, one way or another.
3.
Well, the draw here would be manna from heaven for both Liam Highfield and Zhu Se.
Brown ball.
He's going to take this on. Fair play, he's got it. It wasn't exactly the percentage shot, but I don't think he's interested in that. But listen, he's potted it.
8. 9. $16. 17. 22. 23.
'Fan hits the front in the frame.
29.
Now, it's important here he keeps good control of the cue ball. He's leading by 12, so 3 reds, 3 blacks would be 36 with 35 on.
37.
And that's vital considering the awkward nature of the last red up on the baulk line.
$44.
His average shot time in this match is just under 14 seconds. He was not in a mood to hang around either way, but looks like he's going to
52.
grab the point.
$53.
Well, now, of course, now he needs the red.
Well, he's playing a rookie, but that was a rookie error from a former European Masters champion.
58.
I'll tell you what, though, down those side cushions, he's mustard.
59.
Like you say, Jussa and Liam Highfield will be very happy to see a draw here. They play at 5 o'clock. That's a big, big match in this group in an hour and 20 minutes from now.
63.
It's been a very enjoyable session, actually, on both tables. We've seen some really good stuff.
66. $70. $75.
Fan made a rapid 83 break in the first frame.
81.
And perhaps a swift 88 in the last.
88 and a frame.
There it is. And so Mikhail Subachik and Fan Zhangyi put together a really entertaining contest there. It is 2-2, which falls squarely into the lap of our 2 winners from this session, Liam Highfield and especially Zhu Se, who began with a 3-0 win and made a big break to boot. Table 2, of course, over as well for the session. A couple of 3-0 wins there for Aaron Hill and for Dylan Emery over Gary Thompson. The other match, that was a 2-all draw involving Sahil Nair. So, coming up for the evening session, which is in around 1 hour and 20 minutes' time, as Dave mentioned, the big match in the group could so easily be the 4th, Zhu Se against Liam Highfield. Then we'll get to see Mikhail Subachik again against Highfield. Highfield's got back-to-back matches. If he wins both of those, the man who's back on tour will be into the next phase of the tournament. First matchup on Table 2 in Group 29 will be Aaron Hill against Sahil Nair. So please join us again. 5 o'clock local time, 1 hour 20 minutes before the action resumes in the BetVictor Championship League.
sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot bet again. Will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot bet again. Will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
Got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Hello once again from the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. It's the last night of Stage 1 of the BetVictor Championship League. We start Stage 2 tomorrow, so just 2 more places up for grabs in that stage. The last 32 of this event, 2 more group winners to be revealed over the next couple of hours. And it's already been a very interesting day on both tables. That's table 2. Dylan Emery back on tour. Top for now with 4 points. He's had a draw and a win. Aaron Hill, the top seed, though, has only played 1 match and he won it 3-0, so he's in good shape as well. Sahil Nair from Canada, Gary Thompson from Scotland, the other players there. And this is the order of play for this evening. We've got Zhu against Liam Highfield on table 1. That's a big one because they both already won. And as you can see, the group concludes with Zhu, Fang Zhengyi, Aaron Hill, Sahil Nair first up on table 2. So they're the matches we'll be watching that will decide the winners of the groups. But this is the group table on table 1, and as you can see, that's why Zhu, Liam Highfield is a big match because they've both played 1-1, albeit Zhu won 3-0, Highfield 3-1. So that's why Zhu is top. Fang Zhengyi and young Mikhail Shabbar, just 14, and he got that draw with Fang Zhengyi earlier. So it's a tight group, that, just 2 points between the 4 players. It'll all be resolved as the evening goes on. But there's no doubt this match is a big one because, as I say, they're both on 3 points. Zhu was impressive against Shabbar, although the young lad did struggle in his first match, not so much in his second. Liam Highfield, of course, looked certain to draw with Fang Zhengyi, but he needed 3 snookers in the last frame. He got the required penalty points to nick a 3-1 win. Liam back on tour, so he's really put himself in contention. Delighted to be joined again by one of our winners from yesterday, Chris Wakelin. And, well, it's all set up nicely, Chris, for an exciting evening.
Liam's done very well to come out tonight with already one victory under his belt. He really dug deep this afternoon from 71-0 down. He managed to get the 3 snookers required and clear up in one visit to snatch that match. So, yeah, it gives himself a great chance going into the evening session.
And that's a terrific start from the Stoke man. Back on tour. Of course, he had his problems when he had that strange accident, came off a scooter, affected his game, dropped off tour, but has found his way back on, having won the European Amateur Championship. And indeed through the Q Tour playoffs as well.
Yeah, anyone out there wondering if they should get themselves an e-scooter, just only to take one look at Liam Highfield. He had an accident and broke his wrist, and he dropped, he said, just over some lunch then, he said he dropped from 39 in the world to 80 in less than a year, because he struggled to play at all, obviously, with a broken wrist.
Yeah, it's good to see him back. He's still someone, I think, who, has got plenty to give. He's only 34 years of age. Has been as high as 39 in the world rankings. Been in a couple of ranking quarterfinals. But I think the fact he's come back on, it'll be dangerous because, it could all have really been taken away from him.
Yeah, he's technically super strong, Liam. He looks great over the ball.
9.
We should be looking for some early results this season, and who's to say that getting through this group and starts playing well into next week, he could get himself up the rankings very, very early on in the season.
And of course, he is guaranteed 2 years as new professionals are entitled to. But But we were just chatting to him, weren't we? Now, I think you established with Phil earlier, he's a massive Oasis fan. And I said to him, have you got tickets to go and see them? And wouldn't you know it, he has on Saturday. But if he wins this group, obviously he'll be playing here, because his next group is on Saturday.
I know what I'd rather be doing. I did make him a very kind offer, though, to take the tickets off him free of charge, but he didn't seem particularly keen.
15.
Well, that can all sort itself out. I suppose he's a winner either way in some ways, isn't he? You know, he either plays here and has a chance to win his first ranking event, or gets to watch the gig.
Well, in spite of the fact that he does obviously want to go and watch Oasis at the weekend, he'll still be trying his heart out.
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, this format, every frame really does count, and that one he won, the last one against Fan.
21.
Such an important one for the whole group. It definitely affected Fan going into the next match. He played very sort of attacking, all out, went for everything, and of course only got the draw. So it was not a great sort of mental result, if you like, for Fang Zhengyi, who doesn't look like he's going to be winning the group now. Just 1 point.
22.
It's not there, I'm afraid.
Highfield 22.
Kind of a tricky little shot there, trying to find a really intricate little positional shot on this red. So with the black going on its spot was making it awkward, but now given a chance here for Jussi to open the red zone, remain on the black. Got to play into the reds here. Try and bounce that cue ball into the pack. Beautifully played.
1.
He made a break, didn't he, in the second frame of his first match. 65 doesn't sound much, but if you'd have seen the table when he came to it to start the break, the fact that he made 30 was actually a bit of a miracle, but the fact that he won the frame off it, really superb. He played well. He did have some help. Shabbar struggled, but even so, it was an impressive start. He's the top seed, number 41 in the world, so top seed in this group,
8.
Which means he will play the last match, so he'll know the position going into that match with Fan, who, you know, may be a little demotivated because he's not had the best of days. So this match really is huge. If he can win this, then he's a big favourite.
$16. $17.
And the way these reds are laid out for Shusi here, they're just absolutely ideal. As he pots one red, it releases the other.
24.
So the more balls he pots in this break, actually it becomes easier. As the reds sort of open up like a bunch of flowers.
Has a nice touch around the table, doesn't he? He's nicely composed, he doesn't rush, he's not slow either. Obviously we talk about the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield, but it's also
32.
The academies where not just the Chinese players play, but that's where they're based when they're in the UK. In particular, Victoria's Academy, Ding's Academy. So it's almost sort of cementing the legacy of Sheffield as a snooker city.
Yeah, I mean, Victoria's done absolute wonders for snooker. Not just for the Chinese players that are coming over here and looking for somewhere to base themselves,
40.
but you know, she's like a mother figure, a mother figure to a lot of the players as well. And you know, she does a hell of a lot for our sport. And so they've got the academy there up in Sheffield, and
41.
there's no doubt that it's made a massive impact, a positive impact for our game.
Well, things are looking pretty positive for Jusser. He's got the reds into play, so he just lands nicely here off the blue. Big favourite to win his fourth frame, and as many played today. Liam Highfield was in, wasn't he? Missed that black.
$46.
Literally rolling his sleeves up. He's concerned about that pink. Not got much of a sleeve to roll up, actually.
$47.
Oh, a little quick bounce there off the side cushion.
54.
Caught him out a little. Just about okay, I think.
Well, it's been 4 hours since
55.
his previous match finished, so he's been sort of hanging about, but he's clearly ready when the time has come to restart. 2 more pots to take the opening frame. Ooh, well, he thought he might have missed that, but it's okay. Came close to overcutting it.
I think Liam will be shaking his head in his chair watching that one wobble, knowing that the frame's there at its mercy. But that missed black early on is going to cost Liam now. What was a good chance for him to lead 1-0. He's now certain to leave him 1-0 behind.
70.
Aaron Hill has won the first frame on table 2 against Sahil Naya.
71.
Great chance here for yet another century. We've had so many in this Championship League, 85 actually, so far. Jusser made 26 last season. He made 65 in his whole career, so it was very
83.
High-scoring season for him, the one just gone. Three maximums in amongst all that.
87.
We're seeing the results, I guess, of the work that's been put in the academy in Sheffield. It's a very business-like environment, all for these tournaments, of course. Now, can he pot this pink and get on the black for the century?
Yeah, one of those maximum breaks that Jussi had was in the UK Championships last year, and he would have been in with a shout of making the £147,000 bonus.
Yeah, if he'd have made another one in a Triple Crown event. Anyways, missed the pink, but 92 will do nicely to start the evening. It's turning into a really good day for him. He leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, it's a perfect day so far for Jussi. 4 frames played, 4 frames won.
The second frame.
So Liam Highfield,
To break.
if he's going to win his second match of the day, has to win the remaining 3 frames here before what will be a rematch with Mikhail Shabbar. Of course, they did play in that European Championship final. And then the last match, Jussi against Fan Zhengyi. Not the best start, catching the blue full.
Quite incredible, really, how often professional players do get that break off wrong. I think yesterday I hit the blue or almost went in off once as well. 3 times out of maybe 5 breaks. Just some days you're just not quite seeing the shot right off the break. It's quite incredible. But it happens a lot more than you would ever expect it to.
Well, when you think about it, it's the only shot you're guaranteed to play. You know, in a match you're going to have to break off. So it's always sort of heart in mouth time, I think. It's become increasingly important as a shot in some ways because players are so good at knocking in long balls. Now this cue ball is not far away. Well, it's in.
Folks, a C4.
Just to clear up on the other table, Aaron Hill had a 100 break exactly to win that first frame. So, like as you say, he's not lost a frame yet today.
Having done so well to win that the last frame of the afternoon session, Liam Highfield, his last 3 shots, he's missed a straightforward black, he's hit the blue off the break, and he's just gone straight in off from a very, very simple safety shot. And I mean, if Jussi can knock in this rudimentary long red, I'd say it's probably 8.5 out of 10, and he's off again.
1.
Got to pick a red here. Pick which one you want to play for. and play specifically for that red, rather than just playing to bring the white down the table. Got a couple of options. Leave the red right of the bunch to the right corner, or try and get the white down on the black cushion, the red to left corner. Just about still have a shot at a red, but a long way short where he played for.
The green is where it shouldn't be, but that's because the blue is on its spot. It just goes on the pink spot. Or does it? If not, the blue spot.
4. Five.
Shot was just getting more and more unfortunate as the balls were coming to rest. Not finished on a red there, which is so unlucky. The white seemed to catch the pink so full, which incredibly didn't split the reds for him.
So C8.
The player worth mentioning who will be coming back for stage 2, Dave. Onyi played magnificently to get through a group. One win and 2 draws.
Yeah, she's been here today, hasn't she, practicing? So it's a fine achievement. And in general, the female contingent on tour have made a great start. Rianne has qualified for Wuhan in the British Open. Baiyu Liu for the British Open. And Onyi still in the Championship League.
Ball.
You might think in this situation that Liam's goal is to get the white tight in behind one of the baulk colours, given that it's touching ball, but probably not going to left a great deal. So my absolute main objective here is to make sure I cover that red on the left-hand side of the table. Just don't leave a pot available. If it means that your opponent has to play a thick safety shot and open the reds up, then I think that's to your advantage. So much so that he's not even going to take that that safety option. Both these players clearly very aware that this match is essentially for who qualifies through the group.
Touching ball.
They're almost treating every visit to the table as if it's a deciding frame.
Meantime, Aaron Hill, he's on a real roll today. Already a 3-0 winner in his first match against Gary Thompson. He's made 100 in the first round against Sahil Naya. And this is a break of 52. Frame is already his. It's just a question of whether he can make another century. So Aaron Hill, one of several young players on tour this year, trying to make the next step forward. He's been in a couple of quarterfinals, but he didn't turn professional for that. He wants to be competing for titles, and maybe this will be the season where something happens for him. He had a 130 earlier in the day, so he scored well. Fergal O'Brien in his corner, former British Open champion, who's also working with Jordan Brown this season.
No, he's really matured over the last couple of seasons, Aaron.
66.
He likes playing the big names, doesn't he? In his first, I think it was his first tournament, actually, he beat Ronnie O'Sullivan on television. He's beaten Judd Trump on television, so his attitude is kind of bring them on.
It's the kind of attitude that you need if you're going to be a top player. You've got to embrace these big matches against the big names. If you want to be a top player, then you've got to replace one of them.
Yeah, and he's another player. He did lose his place on tour, but he got back on straight away through Q School. And quite a few players have done that and then really started to motor. So the break goes to 73 for Hill. Looks like Liam Highfield, meanwhile, thinks he can pop one to middle here. 73 from Hill, 2-0. And Highfield getting very close, but not to be.
You may well take the opportunity to play this red to the right centre and bring the white back to the black cushion, knowing that it's not going to leave anything easy for Liam, but that pink is hanging over the green pocket if the red does go in. Wow.
One.
In the end, it's turned out to be 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. He's not far enough for the black. I admire the confidence playing around for the black, but the option was there of the pink.
So C1.
What a pot that is. That was incredible. He missed a very similar green to that pocket earlier on in the day that I suggested he played with too much pace, but I mean, how has he forced that red into the middle pocket there? It's incredible pot. We can use that red at the bottom of the bunch there to bring a few more reds into play. He could be in business here straight away.
8.
Be trying to lead this red just low, straight. He's chosen to play it a different way.
15. 16.
Well, this next red could be the key ball now, cueing from just off the cushion. All there if he gets it. And they're all there if he doesn't for Jusser. Ooh, and there's the reaction. Wow.
23. Right.
Now the Open Championship started today in Royal Portrush over in Ireland, but I think there's a divot in the floor now on the carpet here in the arena. That was a thunderous crack that Liam gave his cue then, and obviously furious that he's missed that red, but
he won't be the last cue bang this season, far from it.
It wasn't the floor's fault, I'm fairly certain of that. The floor always seems to be the first thing that gets it.
Well, it hurts more, of course, if he's now punished. I saw John Higgins do that at the Crucible, actually, against Ronnie O'Sullivan in the semis. You know, you wouldn't think Higgins would be sort of character, but he was just getting frustrated. Meantime, suddenly Jusser has got to pop this red to keep it going. He obviously has picked up that Highfield is a bit down on himself. He wants to keep him in that seat, stewing. Yeah, so he's just having to collect his thoughts. Have you? You don't seem a big reactor, Chris. Have you ever sort of, you know, shown that sort of emotion?
I try not to look back in anger, Dave. I used to be very emotional around the table. Used to let things get on top of me a lot of the time, but it's nobody's fault but your own if you miss a ball, and the quicker you get over it and concentrate on what's in front of you, then I think that gives you the best chance of being emotionally in the right place to perform. It's very easy though to let your emotions get on top of you. It's a very frustrating game at times.
I guess, yeah, what you're saying is if it's sort of, things can go well, things can go badly, you just got to roll with it. Right, so he's back where he wants to be, around the black. He's played well today, there's no two ways about it, so he'll be confident of taking this chance. And of course, ensuring at least a point. And he does have the
23.
advantage, which is earned as top seed, of playing the last match. So he will know the exact position by then. Of course, Highfield plays next as well. Well, now he's got everything in play.
30.
A lot of people find it quite strange that even as a player, this is my sport, my life, I actually still absolutely love watching snooker. And even in these situations here whereby the player's at the table and he almost certainly is going to clear up and win the frame, there's always that piece in the back of your mind that thinks, well, it could go wrong. And if it does, I want Liam to be sat in that chair, ready to take his chance if it comes with it.
Yeah, I mean, you hear quite a few players will tell you, oh, I never watch snooker, I don't. They all seem to know what's happened. And also, they all seem to know about key shots that have been played, but they've never seen it, but they know about it. That's because they're watching, basically. And why wouldn't you, really? Apart from anything else, you want to keep an eye on what people are doing and who's playing well and who's the sort of coming threats. And if you're watching right now, you'll be seeing a very confident Zhu and a very impressive one. He stayed calm. We saw Highfield react. Zhu has been very much in the zone all day, and this black, barring snookers, he's 2-0 up.
$54. 55. 62.
Well, he really is starting to make his mark on this group now, Zhu. His 2-0 lead puts him right in the driving seat, and you're one frame away from a maximum 6 points in the first 2 games, which, if he can get at least a draw in his last round, then he'll be guaranteed to be through to the next stage, which starts tomorrow.
$72.
There's been quite a few shots in this in these last 2 frames where he's opted to play a shot with the rest, as opposed to
75.
having his hand on the table, and that tells me that he practices a lot with the rest, and he's very confident with it as well.
79.
Not necessarily that yellow, but a couple of reds in the last frame where he would never ordinarily play for that, but he's obviously very confident with it, so why not?
Not quite a century, but an important break to get to 2-0, not least because of the frustration Liam Highfield showed. Little trick shot to complete the clearance. 90 will do nicely. Zhu is playing some seriously good stuff, and he leads 2-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, Aaron Hill really sort of mirroring Zhu on the table we're watching. He's won 3-0 already, Hill. He's 2-0 up here against Sahil Nair. New player on tour representing Canada. Finding it a bit difficult, though. He did draw 2-2 with Dylan Emery, which was a good result. But struggling in this match. Obviously lacks the experience in the professional game. But Aaron Hill, very confident character, and as I said earlier, determined to really press on now and get out of the sort of middle ranks and start to make a few waves. Trying to tuck the old t-shirt in here. John Pellew on the case. Case of any fouls. Still got the pot, so Aaron Hill looking very good over there for a 3-0 win and a perfect start to the group. Remember, this is the last night of stage 1. We start stage 2 tomorrow. All the group winners will be coming back over 4 days. Tomorrow, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday. The winners of those groups go into 2 further groups. There's a knockout final, best of 5 on Wednesday night, and the champion will be crowned.
I mean, this tournament does last a good few weeks, close to 4, in fact, by the time all 3 stages have been completed. But I guarantee the day after this tournament finishes, I'll wake up, I think, oh, there's no snooker on today. Nothing to watch.
Just re-watch it all. It'll all be there on YouTube. So straight away a chance for Zhu, and potted that very confidently. Great authority.
I mean, that noise, as this red crunches into the back of the pocket. Okay, as a snooker player, you still hear those in your dreams as he creams another one in there. As a snooker player, I don't think there's a better sound than those balls hitting the back of the leather.
Six.
Well, it's his first chance to get this one, to continue his perfect record. Played 2-1-2, lost 0 frames. Liam Highfield plays Mikhail Shabbar next. He can still get to 6 points, of course, if he wins that.
14.
But he would then need Fan Zhengyi to beat Zhu, and we'd then be looking at the frame difference.
Is that Liam Highfield's saving grace, though, in this match? Beautifully struck shot, that one.
21.
Got through the wedge relatively well. First impressions, though, I don't think he's got a red to go at, so.
So C21.
This match very much still alive.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the way Liam Highfield dug in and got that win earlier. It looked at all day long a 2-2 draw. So, all is not lost yet. Let's ask you about Shanghai, Chris. That's a great event to be in, isn't it? You must be looking forward to that.
Absolutely, yeah. First time I've been in the Shanghai Masters since it's been an invitational event. I think it's my first time in Shanghai for a good 8 or 9 years as well. So, yeah, it's a huge event out in China. Obviously, having Zhao Xintong as the reigning world champion as well, and the potential to play him in the second round match if I win my opener. It's these sort of events that when you turn professional, they're what you dream of, to qualify for these sort of exclusive events. Be amazing to go out there and go on to win it, but just to be in it in the first place is, I think it's a great achievement for someone like myself.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if you win your first match, you'll play Zhao Xintong in his first match as world champion, as you, sir.
Goes supersonic.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's just playing so well, isn't he? I mean, he's going to roll up here, but he's just playing brilliant. He's played as well as anyone I think we've seen in this event.
So C1.
Look at this. That's just amazing queuing. But I'm really surprised there he didn't take the brown on. A nice angle to come back down for the Reds, but chose to tuck up and put the pressure back onto Liam.
Cannot afford to leave one on here.
Follow miss. So C4.
I mean, he played it well. It just didn't quite have the pace.
You'd expect him to get it right this time. Very easy though, just to leave a red poking out here. That's why he's trying to be so precise with the pace. Well, he didn't slam his cue down, so I think he's all right.
The other one, of course, is whacking the table, which is never a good idea, really. I mean, years ago, and if he's listening, good evening, Michael Holt did that in a tournament, broke his knuckle, had to go to hospital.
The table was fine though.
It's interesting though, because snooker is kind of a sport of repressed emotions. It's played in the quiet, and you're sort of expected to follow a certain code of etiquette. But what usually happens if you do repress your emotions is eventually they come out, you know, rather spectacularly. And some players manage to keep them in, but we know, and it's the audiences enjoy it. I think they like to see the fact that players are human. But it's how you recover from it. It's fine now and again to let out a bit of aggression, but it's how you recover from it. As you say, he needs this red in. Ah, well, maybe Liam Highfield now can finally get going this evening.
Here we go, as they say. Red dripping over the pocket. The rest of the balls on the table are exactly where you'd like them. And said that, the only ball on the table that's not in the right place is the cue ball.
One.
Which, as we know, is the most important ball. Just deep breath and one good stroke here and you're back in. Nicely played. still got to find that one key shot just to get himself right in and get right hold of that cue ball, but he's giving himself a mid-range red here that should get him in.
7.
Yeah, going back to Zhao Xintong, our current world champion, these are the sort of situations where he just looks effortless in the balls.
13.
Always finds himself in the right angle on the right shot to bring more reds into play. And yeah, the way he played in that World Championships was
20.
It's great to see him back to his best.
21.
Yeah, I was fortunate to do the session, to be in the Crucible when he took the 8 frames off O'Sullivan in the semis, and obviously Ronnie's, you know, the most popular player in the game, but the crowd were very fair, and you could see a certain sort of awestruck feeling around the Crucible. They understood they were watching something special, someone special, and you know he had a lot of support because he just plays the game in a very easy on the eye manner.
29.
I mean, very few people have come along since the Rocket who can make the game look as easy as he does, but
36.
I think Zhao did that and some, doing it against him in his first ever semi-final at the World Championships.
What I want to know though, Chris, is when are we allowed to start talking about the Crucible curse? Is there like a statute of limitations? Is it post-Christmas, or can we start bringing it up now? Because it will be brought up before he goes 44. Back there. No first-time champion has defended the title.
Let us know your thoughts in the comments.
45.
Well, meanwhile, this match could easily have been over, but Liam Highfield has dug in again, as he did in the first match, and can still get the point out of this, and that really does set up an exciting conclusion to the night.
52.
You'd say just one more shot really to play here. If it gets nicely on a red here, then we should be going all the way in this match.
60.
Wow. Can you believe it?
Yeah, Highfield 60.
No Q slam, but some head shaking, and yeah, that's a very disappointing miss from Liam there.
Yeah, I mean, he was on the black, which is all he needed.
Is this a plant to the left centre? You can't believe he's missed that. Hold your breath. It clearly isn't absolutely set, this plant, because he's given it quite a lot of thought. He should only really be taking this on if he's fairly confident that he's going to make it, because if he doesn't, he's probably going to leave the world on. A little bit of discipline in that situation would have been the order of the day, because all of a sudden now he's given Liam a very good chance to seal this frame and take us all the way, but didn't need to take that risk there. Is it going to cost him? Not a happy bunny, I'm afraid. I don't think you need us to commentate on Liam's emotions right now. They're written all over his body language for a start. It's disappointing missing those sort of shots. It's a very frustrating game at times, snooker, but you've got to try and control those emotions in these situations. That might just cheer him up, though.
This is why you've got to, as you say, control your emotions, because they can swing very quickly and the chance can come quickly, and it has. So it's looking very much like we're going to a fourth frame. Just checking the scores. This blue puts him 44 ahead with 43 on. As well as Jusser has played today, he's not yet got the 3 points here, and certainly he's not yet the winner of this group. Like this red in, because it's just one snooker needed at the moment.
6.
So it's turning into
7.
one of the better groups we've seen, I think, in terms of excitement and indeed standard. Aaron Hill has beaten Sahil Nayar 3-0, so Aaron Hill, well, he's made the perfect start. He's won 2 3-0s and looking very, very good in that group.
10.
We'll put it this way, Dylan Emery will have to beat him in the last match.
$14. $17. $21. $26.
So Liam Highfield has been
32.
through the mill emotionally in this match, but he's still there with a chance to get the draw and to really make this a tight finish in the group. One more frame to go, and he still has the chance to get a single point. Jusser's lead cut to 2-1. That's the first frame. In fact, he's lost all day.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So one more frame to come, and it's a very important one in the group. If Liam Highfield can win it, then the players, himself and Jusser, will be tied on 4 points, although Jussa, of course, will be ahead on frame difference. But, of course, there's other players in the group as well who maybe wouldn't mind the draw. Because Mikhail Shabbar has got a single point. He could still get to 4. It's still open, this group. Jussa at 2-0 was a big favourite, but if it ends in a draw, then it's going to be a tight finish later, because he's got a match to play. Highfield's got a match to play. And it could be very close.
It definitely maybe could go all the way. And if Liam can somehow salvage the draw from this match and win his last game against Mikhail, then Jussi would need at least a draw in his final match to... excuse me, he'd need at least a win in his final match against Fan Zhengyi to top the table.
1.
He can count himself unlucky and lucky that he's caught that red, because I think he would have been on the black anyway, but that little flick hasn't stopped him from being in position. One red, one black. He's already made 3 maximums in competitive competition, so
8.
He's not afraid to try and stay on the black.
Closest we've come here, Louis Heathcote got to the yellow in terms of 147s.
9.
I think right now he'd just be happy with 80 and get the match won and get the 3 points, and goes back to being favourite again.
Yeah, that maximum attempt of Louis, I really thought he was going to do it.
17.
Ended up a little bit too straight on the black to yellow. Left himself a mid-range one, and well, I don't think it would have fallen into a dustbin, but I think I'd have been exactly the same if I was in Louis' shoes. Chance of making your first competitive 147. And he probably knew in his heart of hearts as well, if he pots that yellow, it's nicely on the green and it's pretty much home and dry. That little cannon that he played into the reds on that last black, exactly the sort of shot that you need to be making 147s. Just finding extra ways of bringing the odd red into play, which gives you more options. The more options you've got, then the more chance you've got of getting back to the black.
Two. 33.
So 5th black coming up. Of course, Chris, you were Mark Allen's opponent at the Crucible. That must have been sort of goosebump moment. I know, obviously, you ultimately you're watching him, but to be part of that environment when it happened?
Oh, buzzed for him. Absolutely buzzed for Mark. It was an amazing break. There was a couple of shots where he had to rely on a little bit of luck, but 99% of it was pure skill and bottle as well. as I was saying to Phil earlier, that was my favourite moment of the entire World Championships for me. Despite the fact that it was against me. One of my earliest memories was watching Mark Williams make his 147 at the Crucible many years ago. And to be there live when someone's doing it against you. Obviously the dream is to do it yourself, but they're moments that, as myself there watching, playing, was pure magic. But there'll be plenty of people in that crowd that will never forget that moment.
Well, this is not going to be a maximum now, I suspect, because the match is more important. So just focus on getting it won. It's a great chance to do that. Yeah, we had a record 15 maximum breaks last season, but yet to have one this season. It'll come. Many of them will come, I'm sure. Jackson Page 2 in the same match. Incredible.
54
at the World Qualifying.
I never thought we'd see the day. But yeah, an incredible achievement for Jackson.
55.
I saw him in the foyer after he'd made that second maximum break. £150,000 better off, and looked like he couldn't care less. I think I'd have already been down at the Lamborghini dealership putting my order in if that was me. Incredible achievement.
Well, Jussa had chances to win the last frame.
62.
Didn't, but what about this? He knocked in that great initial red. He's still going here.
63.
Just needs a couple more balls.
Just caught a little glimpse of Liam there in his chair, sinking slightly lower with every ball that Juicy manages to pot.
But he didn't have a look in, did he, really, in this frame? So he's not out yet by any means, but he'll have to beat Shabbar next, and 69. Then hope Fang Zhengyi does him a favour against Jussa in the last match.
70.
But Jussa is a big favourite now to be the group winner, and he would deserve it. He's played really well today.
Looking for a nice split here on these remaining 5 reds, and could be on for his second century of the day.
77.
Obviously, with him being the only person in the group that's won both matches so far, I don't think we're going to be coming down to the highest break, but
78.
he'd love to knock in a big ton here, and it's a big little boost going into the final match of the evening.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the table as Liam Highfield looks on, Jussa will be on 6 points, +5 on the frame difference. Can't miss now, by the way, but +5 on the frame difference. Liam Highfield, if he beats Shabbar 3-0, would be on 6 points and +1. So even if Jussa lost his last match, I think he's basically won the group. I'd be surprised now if he isn't our group winner. But I tell you what, he deserves it. He's played terrifically well today, and again, very cool the way he took that out. So Jussa, justifying his status as the top seed, defeats Liam Highfield 3-1. Liam stays on to play Mikhail Shabbar next.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. the World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
You lose, don't worry. Yeah, but nine of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't understood what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really getting to the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pools on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
What an interesting group we've had today so far, and it is not over yet. Now, if Liam Highfield were to win our next match against Michal Subachik, well then, he would move to +3 in terms of frame difference, and he'd have 6 points. Then if Zhu Se were to lose his last match, 3-0 to Fan Zhengyi, he would also have 6 points, but his frame difference would be +2. So Highfield can just about top the table still, but it would need 2 perfect results from his perspective to go his way from here on in. As for the group 29, table, well, Aaron Hill, you can't do better than a couple of 3-0 wins. He had a 130 break and a 65 in overcoming Gary Thompson first up today. And against Sahil Nair, he had breaks of 100 and 73. So basically, Hill only needs a draw against Dylan Emery in the last match of the day to guarantee his progress into the last 32, which of course begins here at the Mattioli Arena tomorrow. We'll keep you right up to date with all of the developments on Table 2, as we always do. Now, though, it is over to Highfield, Michal Subachuk. By the way, the C, apparently, in the youngster's name is silent, so it's Michal.
First frame, Michal Shabbar to break.
I do have the luxury of being good friends with Antek Kowalski, who's tried on many occasions to get me to speak some Polish, and he has promised me that Michal's name is Szubarczyk. Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
No, I think you're right. The only thing I think the Polish referee who's officiating this match was telling me it is chick at the end. I think CZYK is pronounced chick because we've got a Wojciech Szewczyk who plays on the pool tour, and that's exactly the same end of word spelling. But it's Michal, definitely.
Brown ball.
Yeah, it's a good friend of mine, Anthony Kowalski. Whenever he comes over to the UK, he'll often come and practice with me and stay with my family. We'll do our best to look after him and make sure he feels at home here in the UK.
5.
Well, he was really unlucky here. Went into the pack when he got a good chance of winning the group. Went into the pack, he caught the pink so full on, he stuck to the pink to such an extent that not only wasn't he able to pot a red, even though they scattered, he couldn't see a red.
Yeah, it was incredibly unfortunate, that shot. He put all his eggs in one basket and had to get the reds open from the blue. But unfortunately, as you say, not only didn't land, but finished totally snookered as well. That was very unfortunate, and Stuart Bingham, he stepped in and dutifully cleared the table to show absolutely no remorse for Michael not landing on that all-important red.
14.
Yeah, it's a very important point, that, actually, that although Kowalski was unlucky, the Bingham clearance was really good. Just seemed to decelerate on that slightly. That's why the pace was a little off.
21.
Maximum power here.
22.
Well, he was hoping for a few more reds to come into play, but he'll be definitely settled for being on a colour.
My pronunciation guide was Anya Hoden, who is refereeing this match.
27.
Lives in Warsaw. And I was talking to her earlier. She said, I used to watch snooker on TV, loved the game, wanted to be involved, and now she is.
And that's what the European Tour was designed for. We first started around 15 years ago. We used to travel to Poland every year to play in Gdynia. We wanted to inspire
28.
the next generation of snooker players, but I don't think people realised at the time that we're actually inspiring the next generation of referees as well. It's great to see. We've got a whole host of referees now from all over the world. I think every single country that we go to has their own refereeing board as well as players board.
Now, I was running through the permutations with Highfield and what he must do to win the group.
33.
Of course, it's not just about winning the group. He would like to maximise his earnings, and if he can't win the group, he wants to finish second. So a win here would work out just fine. And he knows how to beat his young opponent. He did so in the European Amateur Championship final earlier this year. That was in Turkey. He won 5-0. Hence, he's back on tour.
Not by playing shots like that, though. And to pick high or low on the black there, and, well, dead straight is not the order of the day, I'm afraid. He'll do well now to find a potable red after this black. I thought, though, that Mikhail, he did really well in his second round match. His first game today, he looked really nervous and couldn't really string anything together, but second round match, he very nearly made a century break, breaking 94.
41.
He's obviously got a lot of talent and a lot of potential. I think once he settles into the tour,
42.
he'll be a much more formidable opponent, and he'll learn a lot from today as well.
Yes, exactly. I think he'll learn a lot over the next couple of years, regardless of whether he keeps his card or not. I think he will definitely regain it at some point, even if he's relegated after the initial 2 seasons.
He's 14 years old. He's a baby in snooker terms. I certainly wasn't capable of getting onto the World Snooker Tour when I was 14 years old. I'll tell you a funny story, Phil. So, as Liam really tries to ram that black in, but it's not gone to plan.
I'm not sure, you know, whether that black didn't go in and jump out. It might be just an optical illusion. He might have caught some jaw, but I think he also could have caught the back of the pocket and the black was repelled that way. Sometimes it can look like that, and then you see a player actually has hit the jaw. Anyway, go ahead, Chris, tell us the story.
So when I was at school, I told my head of year that I was going to be leaving. I didn't want to carry on at school anymore. And he said, well, what is it that you want to do then for your life? And I said, well, I want to be a professional snooker player. And he laughed at me and said if I wanted to make a backup plan. And I said, well, thanks very much, but yeah, I'm going to go and chase my dreams now. And obviously, 15, 16 years later, up into the top 16 in the world for the first time, and having a really good career so far. I saw quite a few of my old teachers in the pub a few weeks ago, and was telling them the story. They know my old head here quite well, and found it quite amusing, and they've asked me if I want to go back to the old school that I used to go to as a child and do an assembly. But I said maybe it's not the best idea, because if I go in there and say, well, I left school early, so maybe all you guys should as well, maybe not the best advice for teenagers.
You could go and rub it in, though.
7.
Happily. I've accepted their offer anyway.
By the way, Chris and I are sitting here open-mouthed. Gary Thompson has just had the most extraordinary fluke. Incredible.
That's the top 5 ever flukes on a snooker table. Anyone watching on YouTube, have a quick glance over at table 2. Off the black cushion at 100 miles an hour. And it's chipped the red in the middle pocket at such a tight angle.
1.
The best fluke ever, I think, will take some replacing. Scott Donaldson's in the Championship League. perhaps not the most important fluke, but one of the most unbelievable again. You can see that on YouTube.
7.
It's funny because a lot of snooker players say they don't watch snooker, but they all remember these strange shots that seem to happen every now and again. I think that Scott Donaldson one, it went down the top of the cushion and then swerved around the blue. Yeah. Incredible.
Worst kick I've ever seen. I think that's still on YouTube. Sean Murphy's. That went off at an angle that defied physics.
He missed it.
14.
Well, this isn't the worst frame I've ever seen. It's a good frame from Highfield, who is in a position, if he wants to top the group, where he can't afford to lose a single frame in this match.
$20. 21.
Thanks to that expansive fluke, Gary Thompson has taken a 1-0 lead over Sahal Naya on the other table.
$28. 34. 35. 41. 42.
Of course, Highfield's got a lot to play for. We're talking about what he needs to top the group. If he were to lose this match and then Fan Zhengyi were to beat Su Zhe, then
48.
Highfield would be last.
50.
Yeah, with these groups, it's not always about finishing top, it's damage limitation. I mean, you are here to try and earn money. So first and foremost, you want to win the tournament, but
53.
difference between finishing second, as you say, which is currently sat, and finishing last is £2,000 different. So even if he wasn't to maximise his earning potential, £2,000 for an afternoon's work is not to be sniffed at.
$62. 68.
It's been a fluent group, this, by and large, and the fluency continues. A 75 break from Liam Highfield. He leads Michal Subachik 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back, everyone. Group 27 remains alive.
Second frame, Liam Highfield to break.
It's been a lengthy tournament, this. This is day 16. It's the last day of the first stage groups. Tomorrow, the 32 players who've won groups so far, well, they'll start out in the second phase, which takes place tomorrow, Saturday, and then Monday and Tuesday next week. And then the 8 players who win those groups will take part in finals day next Wednesday. And the 2 group winners there will face off over the best of 5 for the overall title.
One.
And my co-commentator, Chris Wakelin, is one of those still standing.
Yep, coming back on Monday. 3 tough games in Dave Gilbert, Ricky Walden and Liu Hongyu, who had one of those harrowing losses of mine from a couple of years ago. Missed match ball a couple of times and he cleared, I think I was 3-0 up at the time, 50 in front, and he managed to win 4-3, so be looking for some revenge on Monday.
Well, in terms of the way all of you played to win your groups, it was heavy scoring from the entire quartet, so I think that group will be really good.
There's not many bad groups from stage 2. Obviously, everyone's managed to beat 3 other top players to qualify for stage 2. If you get through to stage 3, then it stops being about qualifying, and one of the 8 remaining players on Wednesday is going home with the goodies.
Which is £33,000. That's what you get for being champion.
14.
You also get a place in the Champion of Champions worth a minimum of £12,500 based on last season's prize money, by the way.
15.
And with £33,000 to start the season, you wouldn't guarantee your place in the World Grand Prix, but you'd be a good ways down the road to getting it.
It's the confidence that comes with those tournament wins as well. If you've won the very first piece of silverware available throughout the season, I've no doubt that you'd fancy winning some more over the coming months.
And of course, Chris, in your case, you'd move into the bracket of multiple ranking event winners, which is a nice thing to have.
Yeah, I'll have won what many people would consider to be the 2 least ranking type of ranking events that we have on the calendar. But hey, look, you can't pick and choose on the tour. You have to just take what's in front of you, take the opportunities that come your way. Hey, look, if the first 2 ranking events on my CV are the Shootout and the 2025 Championship League, then I'll be very happy about it.
It's all very well playing and attacking safety, but when you hit them as thick as that, you need cover, and Highfield doesn't have the cover. And we saw in his previous match, in match 2, how the Polish youngster can generate plenty of cue power. Well, he didn't need it there because the black flies into the top left-hand corner pocket.
I love how he played that first red. Played it with plenty of power, but rather than holding the white, he stunned it and used the black cushion to help slow the white down. Very cleverly played that.
Yeah, the pink was no gimme, so he's potentially off and running here. He could do Zhu Se a massive favour.
As has been the case for most of today, just lacking that little bit of tight control while it matters. Managed to pot himself out of trouble on this occasion, but you don't want to be having those sort of shots multiple times in breaks, because that's where those 30 and 40 breaks can become 70, 80, 100s every single time if you just keep that white under close control.
15.
I think that's where Judd Trump has become the force that he has over the last few years. Is he's gone from a player that was obviously a great break builder, but his potting always got him out of trouble, whereas now you can watch him play all day and he's never out of position. So he's still got the capability of playing those amazing exhibition style shots, but he doesn't need them to keep the breaks going.
17.
Now, this is the kind of shot that can send chills to a pro player's cue arm. But he just knocks it in as though it was nothing.
18.
Yes, his game is obviously built, as you might expect for a 14-year-old, about potting and break building and enjoying himself playing attacking snooker. But that doesn't mean he's not able to play safe. He's certainly not one-dimensional.
It's whether he chooses to here or not. Being aggressive, I love it, but is this blue the right shot? Well, now that he's missed it, it definitely isn't.
18.
I think Liam's a little bit perplexed here. He's thinking, well, you've gone for the long blue, but you haven't really played position.
Shabbar. 8.
Might have heard the referee there saying Shabbar. So maybe we need to slightly tweak the pronunciation again. Yeah, I think she's definitely right. She's from the same country, so she's far more qualified than us.
Maybe you can pop out and tell her pronunciation's wrong, Phil.
Yeah, I'll leave that to someone else.
This red's so close to dropping, and I think in his mind's eye he knew that it wasn't going to go, but almost trying to will it in as it ricocheted off the jaws. It's hard to tell from this angle if he can possibly plant one red onto the other here. I don't think the 5-ball plant is on, but maybe the one next to the pink, or the swerve through the gap. I'll take that one. I'll take that one as a win.
Well, Dennis Taylor often talks about the dreaded double kiss. That was the delightful double kiss.
Nice use of the onomatopoeia there, Phil.
I can't say Sabarczyk, I certainly can't say that word. Actually saying it like Sabarczyk is actually much easier than the way we've been saying it. It's much more of a flowing pronunciation.
That shot, however, wasn't flowing particularly well.
14.
I think that's something that, as a young professional, you learn not to do in that situation. You think, well, there's 6 open reds there. I just float the white into the middle of the table. I've got to land on one, but in that situation, you've got to pick a spot and say, right, this is where I'm going to try and put the white ball. Try and be overly accurate, but by being incredibly vague there, it's that 54-point lead could easily be hoovered up in one visit by Liam Highfield. If I was in Michal's corner there, that's something I'd definitely be trying to learn from. And now he's probably thinking, right, get the white ball nailed to the ball cushion. That'll help. But more important than that, get a red safe here. Doesn't matter if you end up leaving some sort of a pot on, but at least give yourself some sort of insurance policy. And the fact that he's done neither.
14.
Just inexperience, Phil. It's something that he'll learn.
Yeah, didn't even reach the baulk line in the end.
I know Liam's going to be tempted to take this long red on here, but I think one good safety shot and Michal may well stick him straight in, but he's choosing the aggressive route, try and take the bull by the horns. Yeah, that didn't go to plan. And that's why I say, maybe just don't take that red on in that situation. Michal's obviously struggling. One good safety shot could have been the opening opportunity, but it very much looks like we're going to be going one each now in this match.
There's a line in that famous Kenny Rogers song, The Gambler. Know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Basically knowing when to, using another card terminology, to stick or twist.
6.
So that was frame ball because only 59 points remain on the table.
And that is what 14-year-old Q is so good at. Those long blues, I'm sure he does probably hundreds of those every day in practice. And
13.
It's a great bit of Q in that one. He was kind of under pressure still because the frame wasn't entirely safe, but now he's bringing out all the tricks.
Shabbar, 13 and a frame.
Missing the pink, left-handed, didn't really affect the outcome of the frame. I can tell you, Zusur is the group winner, and I'll explain why after the break.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Liam Highfield and Michal Subachik are one frame each. Now that means that Zhu Se is the group number one. If he loses his last match 3-0 to Fan Zhengyi, Zhu Se would have 6 points and his plus frame difference would be 2. If Liam Highfield wins this match 3-1 from here, he would be at 6 points and his frame difference would be plus 2 as well. So then the next deciding metric would be their head-to-head, which Zhu Se won 3-1. Very nice luxury to have that, Chris, going into your last match knowing you're okay anyway, regardless.
Yeah, I mean, as the top seed in the group, you will face the highest ranked player other than yourself in the group in that last match. So if you go into that last match knowing that the result is elementary, it does take a lot of the pressure off. And as we've seen a few times this week, when players do go into that last match knowing they've already won, we get some little maximum attempts as well. Players take that opportunity knowing there's no pressure on to try and make a competitive 147.
Best chance I think we've seen of a maximum here. Yuan Sejun, who will play tomorrow, he potted 13 reds, 13 blacks, and he missed the 14th red down the side rail. It was a tough one using the extended rest.
I think Louis Heathcote as well, missing the yellow after the 15th black. That was a bit brutal for Louis. I think he would have not slept particularly well that night. Beautifully cued there from Michal.
Yeah, I felt sorry for Heathcote. Actually, I felt sorry also for Dwayne Jones in that group because they both played some good stuff, but Dave Gilbert was very much on form and he carried the day.
Yeah, I think from memory, Dwayne Jones had a good chance to beat Dave Gilbert, but didn't manage to do so.
4.
Such a classy player, Dave. He's one of the greatest break builders in our game, without a doubt.
5.
I think if you've got a young player trying to come through and wondering who to model their game on from a technical and break building side of things, then there's no further to look than Dave Gilbert.
And he's won this event before, 4 years ago.
I was actually at Mark Selby's celebration party for winning the World Championship that
13.
during the time when this event was on, celebrating his 4th World Championship win, and Dave Gilbert sort of stole the limelight really by turning up with the trophy for this event.
Yeah, I remember him in his post-match interview saying, yeah, I'm off to Mark Selby's party now.
20. Michał Shabbar, 20.
I really do live out those moments when I'm playing the game and watching as well, when that red comes flying back towards the reds. I just don't scatter them all over the table. He's been lucky to leave at least a little tester for Liam.
1.
I think the worst unintentional scatter of a pack of reds I've ever seen was during the old Matchroom League. I think it was in either in Crawley or Croydon. It was somewhere down south anyway. And the referee felt so sorry for him. He was putting the pink back on its spot and he dropped it and the reds just went everywhere.
Beautiful. That'll do, thanks, ref. I'll take them from there.
Highfield has never diverted from that course, always been prepared to take on the big shot. Unlucky really not to have any position, but he could lay a really fiendish snooker in behind the yellow.
Liam Highfield, 9.
And if you're waiting for me to draw a line on the screen to show you the safest way to get out of this snooker, I'd pass.
Well, I think if they asked me, I'd pass out. Some of those lines are so off the mark, aren't they?
Optimistic, I think is the word. If I was in this situation now, I'd be trying to find a way to hit the red nearest the bottom right-hand corner. You'd be unlucky to leave it if you did manage to hit it.
While young Subachik is mulling over the shot, I must tell you, on the other table, Gary Thompson has had his second outrageous fluke of the frame. This time it was on frame ball. He was snookered on the blue. He came off the side cushion, and sweet as a nut, it went into the middle pocket. So the blue going in has put him 19 in front of Sahil Naya with pink and black on the table. It looks as though Thompson is going to take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Gary was a late call-up for this event after Luca Bracel withdrew.
Miss. Liam Highfield, 4.
And even if he manages to finish third in the group, he'll be £1,000 better off than he was this time last week before he got the call-up.
Yeah, Bracel yet to start his season. Pulled out of the Wuhan Open and the British Open as well, so first 3 ranking events played, not been involved.
I would have thought Luca might use this season to try and springboard himself back up the rankings. Obviously, he's dropped to around 40 in the world now after his 500,000 ranking points came off after the World Championships. He's down well outside the top 16. And pulling out of events is not going to help his cause this season either. I think Shabbar has done well there to leave the white in a relatively safe position. Has still left a pot available, but it's fraught with danger, and I'm not even sure if Liam's going to be tempted into a pot here. And this match being poised as it is, at 1-1, this next scoring visit to the table is undoubtedly going to be a good one.
1.
Yes, nicely found there from Liam. Plenty of open reds and a chance to restore his lead in this match.
Yeah, he's a player's player, isn't he, Highfield? He has got the shots. He's got the class. When he plays well, you can't quite believe he's not higher in the rankings.
And he has had his issues, Liam, obviously.
9.
Suffers with the Crohn's disease, which is a brutal disease. As well as obviously breaking his wrist a couple of years ago.
26.
So he's got his demons off the table as well.
17.
Has been to a ranking event quarter-final. Indian Open in 2017. Beat Mark Selby in the English Open the year before that. He's played at the Crucible on
24.
3 occasions. Quarter-finalist at the Shootout a couple of years back. And of course the reigning European Amateur Champion.
I remember back in York a few years ago when all 128 players used to go to the venue. He was
33.
5-all with Sean Murphy and had a golden chance to win 6-5, and balls spread perfectly, and 2 shots later Sean was at the table and match over. It's those sort of career defining matches that
40.
can either work in your favour or against you, but he'll be 10 times the player he was back
41.
then.
Yeah, reached the last 16 of the UK Championship in 2016. Now, not for the first time today with that kind of shot. He's
48.
come a little short. I think he's done that 2 or 3 times before. The red will still go, but it's a lot thinner than he wanted. And when you're hitting a ball thin, by its very nature, you're losing a little bit of control.
I'm not going to start making excuses for anyone for being out of position, but the cushions on these Rasson tables are quite noticeably softer than on the star tables, so you do get a lot more gentle reaction from the cushions. It does make judging those 2 cushion blacks more difficult because you've got to judge it off both cushions. And
well, nevertheless, he's on frame ball now. In it goes.
55. 62. 63.
Meanwhile, over on... Is White going to find its way in?
I think Highfield just took a quick look at the scoreboard and he was very relieved to find out he's on 76 points, so surely he's going to be okay. Don't know whether, yeah, Sibachik is coming back to the table. Well, Highfield won the last frame against Fan Zhengyi from nowhere. He was 71 behind with 59 on. Surely not going to experience a taste of his own medicine. Here it's 49 points the difference. That's that now. And let's just assume the frame was alive. That would have been a wonderful shot with all that check side.
It's slightly easier when there's no pressure on them, though. A wonderful shot, no less, but just wanted to mention, meanwhile, over on table 2, been on the pink and black here for 8.5 minutes now, and Sahil Nair still needing a snooker to be able to tie the frame, but 8.5 minutes for one ball, Phil. It's some going. Feels like that frame that might never actually end.
Well, we just talked about Dave Gilbert in glowing terms. Of course, he was involved in the lengthiest ever frame against Fergal O'Brien in a decider in the final qualifying round of the World Championship that took 2 hours and 3 minutes.
I think the yellow alone was almost an hour.
This frame over in a much quicker time than that. Liam Highfield back in front by 2 frames to 1. One more frame to come on the other side of the break.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
The marathon on the pink on table 2 ended a few moments ago. Gary Thompson 2-0 up on Sahil Nair. He was born and raised in India, and back there he used to practice with Ishpreet Singh Chadha, who's doing nicely on the tour these days. But then he relocated to Canada, and he's on the tour having won the Pan American qualifier. So right at the start of his professional career, he's got a couple of seasons My advice would be just enjoy it. Don't try and be too tense. Just enjoy the experience. Easier said than done, of course.
It's a lovely kind of phrase, but actually enjoying the tour to start with is very, very difficult. You want to do well. You don't want to just turn up and pot balls. You want to pot lots of them and try and run deep in tournaments, but it's easier said than done, trust me.
Can you imagine what it would be like if he were to break through and suddenly improve? And for a snooker enthusiast like him, it would be nirvana.
Well, I think as we're about to see from Zhao Xintong winning the World Championship, the explosion of snooker in China is it's just beginning now. And if a player from India could become a world ranking event winner, or even obviously Sahil has now relocated to Canada, I think it would do wonders for the sport. And also with Luca winning the World Championship a couple of years ago, exactly the same thing happened for sport in Europe as well. Brings new fans to the game, new players, and obviously referees like Anya. I think seeing people from your country succeed in sports that you didn't think were possible, it inspires people, you know. This frame here now for Liam Highfield. He knows he can't top the group, but it's all about the Benjamins from this point in. This frame alone, if he wins it, guarantees him an extra £2,000, more than he turned up with this morning.
One. Eight. Nine.
Subachik already achieved a 2-all draw against Fan Zhengyi.
The cue power there. Managed to get the white into the pack of reds and then
22.
Screwed all the way back up the table as well. Incredible amount of cue power. Can he see this red over the pocket, or is he playing the plant? Wow.
Michał Szubarczyk, 22.
Yeah, Szubarczyk, if he can win this frame and get his second draw of the day, would move to 2 points. That would mean if Zhu Se were then to beat Fan Zhengyi in the last match, then Szubarczyk would be in third place. Therefore, yielding his first check as a professional.
That little flick on the first red has cost him there. Visibly disappointed in the result. You'd expect that 22-point lead to disappear before his eyes. Well, can you believe it? That was terrible. I have no idea what he was trying to do with the cue ball there, but just drop the red in and play the white into the bunch, surely. Strange choice of shot.
Caught the red too thick. That could be quite expensive.
So as the very final evening of stage one draws to a conclusion, Phil. 32 players left. I think you'll agree in saying that there's 32 players that are more than capable of winning this tournament.
Well, I think by its very nature, format, and the players that are through, obviously certain players have got a better pedigree than others, a better CV, I should put it, than others. But yeah, I think it's one of the most open world ranking events at the last 32 stage you could possibly hope for.
I mean, there was only 5 of the current top 16 that actually entered the event.
I
think I'm right in saying myself being the only one that's still in the tournament.
Zhanganda. Well, number 13, still going. The best move you made, Chris, was not to get your face on the poster. All 5 players on the tournament poster out at the first stage.
8.
I wonder if that's ever happened before.
The International Open in Swindon in 1996. I'm not saying it did, but there was a good chance, and I'll tell you why. 9 of the world's top 10 lost their opening match. John Higgins, still very early in his career, of course, but already a ranking event winner by that stage. He was one of the big names to survive, and he went on to win the thing in a canter.
17.
Yeah, someone worked out the accumulative odds of all 9 of those players losing, and some of them were massive shocks. And I can't quite remember what the odds were, but it was certainly over
worth a pound.
It was certainly over 100,000 to 1.
It was worth a pound of anyone's money.
There was another record set there as well, which hasn't been eclipsed since. They didn't have quite enough tables for the number of matches, and early on in the tournament, Peter Ebden and Joe Johnson, because of the lack of tables, didn't go on until around midnight, and the match finished at 4:35 a.m. So the latest ever finish.
It's my favourite time of day to practice that. Quite often I get up at 4 a.m. and stroll around to the club and... No, I don't really. No, that's ridiculous. 4:30. I don't think I've ever done anything at 4:30 in the morning. I think it might have happened at the Stadhalle in Firth a few years ago as well. Tom Ford was waiting to play his opening match in the Paul Hunter Classic, and 2 minutes before we were walking out, the tournament director came over and says to Tom Ford, sorry, but there's 11 matches this morning and we've only got 10 tables, so you're going to have to wait a little while.
Well, in an ideal world, he wanted to miss the green there, but at least he's got a red in bulk. The fail-safe.
You'd argue this is the most vital shot of the day for Liam Highfield now, given that he can't qualify. Transferring from the top half of the table to the bottom here. He's landed nicely on a red, and you'd expect him to close the match out from here. I think in terms of break building, that's one of the most important things when you're trying to improve, is try not to move the cue ball too far. If you're constantly moving from the top end of the table to the bottom, the more mileage the cue ball has to do, invariably you're going to be less accurate with it.
51. 52.
I mean, given how good Liam can play, he's been well below par today, but with that in mind, I think he'll be relatively happy with finishing second in the group. So he recently re-qualified for the tour.
60.
Yes, and he's got another engagement next month to look forward to. Going over to the Wuhan Open in China. He'll take on Chang Bingyu in the last 64 there, after knocking out
67.
Stuart Bingham, the 2015 world champion, in qualifying right here at the Mattioli
68.
at the end of June. And there's enough on
75.
to sign off with a century. If he made it, he would be the 61st player to make a century, at least one century, in this tournament. I think that's a remarkable number.
Just shows how many players on this tour are capable these days. I really enjoyed coming back today to do some commentary with you, Phil.
Pleasure's all mine, Chris, and I wish you the very best for the rest of the tournament.
Yep, I'll be back on Monday. Having some decent practice over the weekend. A couple of little runs as well.
Well, this run ends at 86, but Liam Highfield closes with a 3-1 win over Michal Subachik, and consequently he now knows whatever happens in the last match of the day for him will be financially profitable. Coming up in around 5 minutes' time, it is the closing match, not just of the day, but also of the first stage of this BetVictor Championship League. Zusa against Fan Zhengyi.
What do you need to become a champion. Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's there. The king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Julius, don't worry. Yeah, good luck. These are the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing for 15 minutes. Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really getting to the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pools on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So it's the last day of the first stage of the BetVictor Championship League. This is the standings on table 2. Aaron Hill looking very good indeed. Well, he couldn't have done any better than he has done. He's won both matches 3-0. So he's on 6 points, but a big match to come against Dylan Emery. If Emery beats him, then he will top the group. Aaron Hill needing a draw. The Sahil Nair Gary Thompson match is a bit of a marathon. It's 2-0 to Thompson, but he's 26 behind with 25 on in the next. On table 1, there's the position, of course, Zhu Se has been confirmed already as the group winner. I don't know whether he knows that, though, you know, because it's quite hard to work out sometimes, and sometimes it's just better to try and win. But the good news is he'll be coming back for the next stage, whatever. This is the last match. Fang Zhengyi had that big blow in the last frame of his first match against Liam Highfield, who needed 3 snookers, actually, and won 3-1. And then that did seem to affect him going into his next match, which he drew 2-2. So he's only got 1 point. But, of course, he can still get to 4 points. It can still affect the table. But Zhu Se, he's not only is he guaranteed to qualify, he deserves it. He's played, I think, some of the best snooker in the tournament consistently throughout the day. I think he's been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I would not dispute that at all. By the way, if you're looking for some kind of head-to-head pointer as to who you would think would win this match, well, not much to go on. One previous meeting, it was a best of 5, which is unusual. In the first round of the British Open in 2021, Zhu Se won it 3-2. He was 2-1 down, and he made a 60 break in the decider. Apart from that, they haven't played anywhere else.
Rob Walker always says when he introduces the referees, we can't do it without them, and he's right. So we're waiting for the ref, maybe just taking a toilet break. Zhu Se fanning himself down there with one of the hand fans, so we'll pick that up shortly. Yeah, snooker required here by Gary Thompson, otherwise they're going into a last frame. It's been a slog. It's not been great stuff, to be honest, but you know, it takes all sorts. Last match, Aaron Hill, Dylan Emery, is very meaningful. Hill needs a draw, Emery needs to win that group and complete the 32-player lineup. And it's worth saying it's a 32-player, not a 32-man lineup, because of course Ngo Ngon-yi, 3 times women's world champion, is also in the mix.
Yeah, I was talking to Ngo Ngon-yi this afternoon. She's here. She came a day early to practice, and reminded her that she's the first woman into the last 32 of a world ranking event. And she said, I wasn't expecting that.
Well, table 2 continues, but we're ready now for the start of play here in the last match. Anya Hoden, once again, the referee. It was maybe expected this would be the group decider, but in fact, in terms of winning the group, it's been resolved.
Okay. First frame.
Well, it's all smiles, isn't it? You know, it's maybe not as tense as it could have been this match, but anyway, let's see what transpires.
So with Liam Highfield on 6 points, the best that Fang Zhengyi can do is to win the match and finish in 3rd. In fact, if he draws the match, he'll finish in 3rd.
Foul miss. Fang Zhengyi. 7.
Fan, of course, did win the European Masters in 2022 out of the blue completely. But Zhu Se looking for his first ranking final, his first ranking title. He's on the list, certainly, of potential first-time winners. Proved quite a bit in the last couple of years, particularly last season, semi-finals of the International Championship.
He will be the 9th Chinese player in the last 32 of this tournament. And if Zeus were to join the list of ranking event winners, he would emulate the man at the table, who's already got the European Masters to his credit.
Oh, hang on. Well, if the red got out of the way, that black, I think, was in. But that would have been a bit outrageous. So Zeus has been very calm and has scored heavily today with the opening chance for him here in this frame. Ooh. Well, he's in that position, I guess, where maybe he's not as focused as he has been all day because he has done the job already. Not the first time we've seen that in this event.
I think it's going to be, as always, difficult to predict what's going to happen here, but the easy thing to say is that it's not going to be slow.
7.
On table 2, Sahil Naya did win the third frame, so Gary Thompson's lead reduced to 2-1.
Yeah, if they have another frame on table 2 like the one that's just finished, this match could be over before that one, before Aaron Hill and Dylan Emery even get going. They're in that awkward position, Aaron and Dylan just hanging around, waiting. I just saw Aaron on the practice table.
23.
In fact, Dylan was on the other one.
Don't forget, you can see all of the action on table 2 from the remainder of this evening, and indeed for the remainder of the tournament, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. And when you consider the way that Hill and Emery have played today, that last match could
31.
be quite special. Hill making breaks of 130 and 65 in a 3-0 win over Gary Thompson, then 173 in beating Sahil Nair 3-0 also, as Fan fails on that red to middle. As for Dylan Emery, his best performance was against Gary Thompson. Breaks of 80, 126 and 60 in that 3-0 win.
Wasn't ideal on the red, but he still sort of fancied him for it.
1.
If he did win the tournament, Phil, surely he would be, as a ranking event winner, the player with the least number of letters in his name. 4.
6.
It is niche. I don't think I didn't think about it, Dave. I've got to be perfectly honest.
Well, put it this way, if you're the engraver, you know, you haven't got a lot of work to do, have you?
There was a player who played for Singapore in the World Cup many moons ago called Keith E. So the surname was short, but obviously not the two names in their totality.
Wednesday night, that trophy will be presented. Well, yeah, I mean, like I say, I don't think he's quite as intense as he was earlier on, because frankly he doesn't need to be.
We've had a lot of groups over the last 16 days of competition that have come down to really interesting battles in the last match. Many of them have come down to the final frame to determine who tops the group. This one, I'm afraid, is fizzled out. It's occupational hazard in this kind of format.
One. Juicy. One.
As the winner of Group 27, Zeuser goes into Group F,
One.
which is being played on Monday, alongside Liam Davis, Stuart Bingham and Matthew Selt.
Seven. Eight. $15. 16. 23. 24. 29. 30.
'So I'll revise what I said about Zeuser.
37.
You will actually go into Saturday's group, taking on
38.
Artemis Zizins, Jack Lazowski and David Lilly.
This has been quite a ragged frame, really. But
45.
as Phil says, the format can bring that about when it's not dead for Fan Zhengyi. I mean, he needs 2 frames
46.
to ensure he doesn't finish last, but Zeuser, has done his job already. Anyway, it is Fan who takes the frame to lead 1-0.
46 and a frame.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history,
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
the biggest prize, the crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Fan Zhengyi then won that opening frame, but it was very open. Zeuser already
Second frame, Juicy. proceed to
And he had time upstairs to check the machinations, the permutations. He's already won the group. And deservedly so. He played superbly earlier in his first 2 matches. Just got a certain calm, a certain coolness when he's in amongst them. Really well focused, concentrated on what he's doing. Better length on the safety this time from Jussa. Yeah, and it forced a mistake from Fan. Not a sitter, this, though. It's thin. And he's overcut it by quite a way, actually.
One of those matches where there's something riding on it for one of the players, nothing riding on it for the other. Tell you what though, Dave, he's done a lot of good stuff in his career, hasn't he? Zeus, former world under-21 champion. Semi-finalist at the Indian Open in 2017 when he was still a fresh-faced pro. And earlier this year, in qualifying for the Welsh Open, he made his third 147. I say third 147 in pro competition he's played and not in countless maximums in practice.
Yeah, he made those 3 in quite a short space of time. It was something like 18 months. In fact, I don't think it was even that long. So they sort of were like London buses. Once he'd made one, it just kept coming. But I suspect, although he's a professional, of course, he's already thinking about the next stage now. Why wouldn't he be? It's interesting, though, in the safety here, he's actually competing quite hard, even though you sort of think it'd be more open. You caught that a little on the thick side, having said that. Now, because of that, Fan can see the red near to right corner.
They're really grinding on the other table. Your assessment, Dave, that our match could be over before the last match goes on table 2 could be correct. Now, this is a really precise shot. Obviously, he knew he would be on the pink, but the bonus is he's on the black through the gap.
Well, this needs precise cueing. Red to left middle. Coming back for black.
Line.
Which he's done. It's still slightly awkward over the red.
It could have all been so different today for Fan Zhengyi. Looks certain to play out a 2-all draw with Liam Highfield, but in the closing frame of that match, as he puts a good black there, in the closing frame of that match, he was 71-0 ahead with 4 reds left. Now Highfield potted 3 reds, 3 blacks, laid a tough snooker on the last red, which Fan missed. Then Highfield played another, and it was a rather surprising shot choice that he chose to try and swerve around the brown to hit the red. He missed the red completely, hit the black, which was calamitous in itself, and even more so, he left a free ball. Highfield cleared up.
Yeah, I mean, in a straight knockout match, you might have recovered from that, unless it was the last frame, but that was the last match of, sorry, the last frame of that match, and then he was straight back on, and his attitude in the next one was, right, I'm just going to try and go for everything and get the sort of annoyance out of my mind. And of course, he only drew 2-2, which is why he's come into this match unable to win the group, and sort of scrapping really to get 3rd spot. But if he wins this frame, he will do that.
32. 33.
And now, Dave, there might be loftier goals in mind.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, but he had that strange superstition, didn't he, early in his career, that he didn't want to make a century unless it was a maximum. He wanted his first century to be a maximum. It wasn't, but he has made one subsequently. It's a bit like saying, you know, you want your first tournament win to be the World Championship.
Yeah, this didn't really come to light, did it, until we realised just what a good player he was, and we saw his century breaks total. It was minuscule, maybe even 0, and that's when we discovered what the reason was.
48.
Still on the black. We had 15 on the World Snooker Tour last year, a record. But we're looking for our first one this season. Louis Heathcote's been the closest so far. He broke down on the yellow
56.
on 120. Now, well, you can play the red on the right-hand side to stay on the black. The one on to the left corner, he's going away from the black, but this one should keep him on it. So a match that sort of felt not quite dead, but not that meaningful, could be very memorable if he can continue on to the maximum.
Well, it's an unpressurised environment. If ever playing on TV was unpressurised. There have been 217 maximums in professional competition. He was responsible for the 204th against Liam Pullen in the English Open in September last year.
Yeah, that was the thing about Jackson Page's 2 maximums in the same match, which was an incredible feat.
72.
Don't think I'm not suggesting that, but he was 9-2 up when he had the chance to make the second one, so he was going to win the match. He could go for it.
73.
And you feel Fan is in a sort of similar position here in a match that, okay, he does need to win a second frame, but he's not going to decide the group. The first shot was a good one, wasn't it? As you said at the time, to land on the black. You know, the pink was kind of probably the ball he was going to take, but he landed so well on it, and he's still on it. The frame is secured in terms of snookers required, so he can really give it his focus now. It's a pretty good chance, this, I think. There's no, you know, you look at the reds, obviously, there's no reds on cushions. But there's still pressure.
If he did make a second 147, he would join Peter Ebdon, Cliff Thorburn on that mark. Obviously Jackson Page as well, and Mark Davis, who made 2 147s in the Championship League in 2017.
88.
Both positive and negative aspects to that shot. Yes, he's moved one red away from the other, but he's got just a little more angle on the black than he wanted, so might have to be adventurous with the cue ball here, take it on a lengthy journey.
It might help the yellows off its spot. It may just come to his rescue, but his cue ball's got to travel, so it could still go wrong in terms of landing on the red. Also, you know, concentrate on the pot as well. Yeah, you see it's sort of gone over the yellow spot, but the yellow's not on it. Well, he has got back for reds, but you know, it's getting harder to continue. Cue ball on the side cushion.
96.
There's always a sort of moment of difficulty, it seems, in a 147 attempt, and he's reached his here. But it doesn't mean he won't still pot this and continue. he's played this really well. What a lovely shot that is. So, crisis averted, Phil. It's on.
It really is. They say, don't they, one of the toughest shots in a 147 is from the 15th black to the yellow, and this positional shot will be a little more complex than normal because the yellow isn't on its spot, but it's still in the open.
105.
Well, as Dave said, last season was record-breaking in terms of the number of 147s compiled. But the first maximum didn't arrive until September the 1st. We could be ahead of schedule, but the cue ball hasn't run. Hit the black a little thick there. That's why the white didn't journey on to where he wanted to be. He can get on the black, but it would not be the easiest pot. I think our excitement level on the colours could depend entirely on this. If he pulls this off, they are all there for him.
Just clip the green. Could have done without that. Oh. Can he clip this yellow in and land on the green? Yellow's in, the cue ball's running. Come on, come on. Oh, what a shot he's played here. Superb. And now it's about keeping cool.
The last few pots have been super.
Yes, and it doesn't matter how many maximums there have been. As Phil says, there's been over 200. It's still a break every player wants to make. We see so many near misses, so many attempts that go awry because there's so many variables, as we've seen in this break. But he keeps clearing the hurdles. He needs 3 more.
$134. $140.
The black for the first maximum break on the World Snooker Tour this season, and we know with the quality of the players it will not be the last. Fantastic from Fan Zhengyi. He makes his second competitive maximum. It's not been the happiest day for him in terms of this group at the Championship League, but my word, that has just cheered him up.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, congratulations to Fang Zhengzi for his maximum. Meanwhile, Gary Thompson looks like he's going to get his only success of the day here. He lost 3-0 to Aaron Hill and Dylan Emery, but seems to be over the line against Sahil Nair, so 3 points for him. And, of course, he finishes above Nair, who has got a single point. So it was an important match, that, in terms of the £1,000. And there's the handshake and the group decider to follow. Aaron Hill, Dylan Emery. Hill needing a draw. Emery needs to win. So, Fan Zhengyi, superb maximum break.
Third frame, Fan Zhengyi.
A little bit of cheer for him after, as I say, a difficult day. And didn't he pull off some great shots along the way also? The yellow to green was one of them. Third last red as well. And of course, with the maximum, he secured the point he needs to finish in third place and get the £1,000 as opposed to nothing. Schuster.
One.
Pots are red and he's on the black. He's made 3 maximums, as we said, in recent times.
Eight. Nine.
That was the 19th 147 in all forms of the Championship League, ranking and invitation combined.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are a lot of frames played in this tournament over the course of the different versions. Is this going to reach? Just.
Well, we're always looking for new barriers in the game. What about back-to-back 147s? We know he's got what it takes.
$24. $25.
It couldn't happen, could it?
In the Championship League last year, Joe O'Connor made a 147.
32.
Very next frame, he had a great chance of another and missed on 73. In fact, the chance he wasted was actually more straightforward than the one he converted.
$33.
It's sort of become a challenge now, hasn't it? He's going to stay on the black as long as he can.
40. $41.
So, what sort of split can he get? Not great.
48.
Well, now he would need one of the most miraculous shots in the history of 147s.
The thing is, though, because of the position in the group, he can sort of afford to try and play a kind of wild shot to get on the black. It's an unusual position to be in, where, you know, he's already through to the next phase, so he can kind of do what he likes. And that's exactly what he's done. Look at this. Hold up, hold up. He's trying with his body to kill the white.
49.
He'll still take the black on, I'm sure, with the various... Well, look at this. If he pots this and makes it, it'd be the most ludicrous maximum ever. Yeah, it was ambitious, but anyway, I suppose, like I say, he can do that with the fact he's already qualified. More meaningful match about to start on table 2. Aaron Hill, Dylan Emery. Just a reminder, Aaron Hill needs 2 frames there. Dylan Emery has to win.
1.
One thing I think we can say for sure, Zeuser is well aware of the fact he's won the group. There's no doubt about that.
Just one note on the Hill-Emery match. If Hill wins that, the Republic of Ireland will be represented in the last 32, and that would be a total of 10 nations through. Zeuser is the 9th Chinese player into the last 32. England have 14. Wales 2. Nice shot there. Scotland 1, Hong Kong 1, same for Iran, Belgium, Latvia and Thailand.
Well, there they are. Aaron Hill and Dylan Emery just starting a big match there for what will be the last place in the last 32. Zeuser played a lovely shot into the red, so it's going to be 2-1. And we're going to have one more frame to bring you.
10.
One more chance for a maximum tonight.
11.
Yeah, in a dead match, you can't really wish for more than to see a 147. That was a great way to cap the day.
17.
Well, he's sort of stolen a few headlines there, hasn't he? You know, if he hadn't made it, he wouldn't really be mentioned in dispatches, Fang Zhengyi, but he will be now, or you certainly hope he will be.
$24. 25.
Fan, of course, it was more meaningful for him, but he needed 2 frames, which he's won. So the pressure of the day has lifted.
31.
But as I say, if you weren't with us earlier today, Zeuser has played superbly. He's the deserving winner of the group. It's one of the best all-round performances we've seen, actually, over the weeks we've been here. And he's got to be a bit of a danger man, because he's not, unlike some players, got long to wait to play the next group. It's Saturday. You know, there's some players have had to wait weeks. So anyway, he's won that frame, and we've got one more to bring you. Fang Zhengyi's lead is cut to 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So, last frame of the day here on Table 1 in a group that's been long since resolved. Zhu Se has won it. Fang Zhengyi by winning 2 frames, and of course he won the second with a maximum, a 147 break. He's going to finish in 3rd spot. Liam Highfield 2nd. So young Shabbar from Poland, who was impressed at times today, he's going to finish 4th. He's only 14, so we've got plenty of time to learn properly how to actually pronounce his name, because there's been a lot of different ones over the course of the day from commentators, referees.
Well, our referee for this match is from Poland, and she confidently assured me his first name is Michal. It's no C, it's a silent C. And then, as she's been calling out the scores in the previous match, I think it was Subachik. But I stand corrected if I've butchered the name.
Well, kind of butchered that, I suppose, but like I say, the pressure's off. Yeah, it's a good thing that there are so many international players, and you know, Zhu Se was first known as Zhu Se, wasn't he? But we sort of learnt that it's actually Sir, as in also Sir Xiaohui. British people have the same thing, though. There was a civil servant. He was called Jonathan Powell, and his brother was Charles, but he called himself Charles Pole. Now, they had the same name. They were from the same family, but they pronounced it differently. So what chance have you got?
Must be something to do with that surname, because of course there was the famous General Colin Powell, and we would call him Colin Powell. Interesting, the age demographics of the last 32. Couple of teenagers, Liam Davis and Artemis Zizin's through. 7 players in their 30s, 10 players in their 40s, and the best group, the 20-somethings, 13 of them. Also, at least half of the groups have been won by the top seed. Zhu Se is the 16th top seed to prevail. I say at least because Aaron Hill could be the 17th.
6.
And for the real statos, the most common points total for winning a group so far in this first phase has been 7. And that's what Zhu is trying to achieve by winning this frame.
Well, it's going to be a very interesting second phase because, of course, there's no real weak links now. Everyone's won a group. Everyone has won a group to get through.
13.
So it's going to be even more competitive. And, of course, we'll start our coverage tomorrow. It's the same format. 4-player groups. They each play each other. Same points format. Same criteria. And it's all to get in 2 final groups and then, ultimately, a knockout final. Best of 5 on Wednesday night, to see who is our champion in 2025. Will it be an established winner, and there's a few of those knocking around, or will it be
19.
someone like Zhu Se, who's yet to win a ranking title and could use it as a springboard with a champion, a champion's place, a rankings boost, boost on the one-year rankings towards the World Grand Prix, all the doors that could open.
20.
And Dave, tomorrow's featured group looks like being one of the most attractive yet. Not a weak link in there. Picking a winner of the group on table 1 tomorrow will be an extremely tough assignment.
Well, he's left the red over the pocket. He's covered it. Fan Jingyi has not covered it in missing that more difficult red. It's a bit of pride here, I think. I don't think Zhu wants to end the day having lost a match. Can end it on 7 points with victory in this frame and a draw.
Yeah, losing a match is not recommended in this format, but there's a handful of players who have lost a match and still top the group. The one match you don't want to lose, Dave, is the first.
3. 4. 11. 12.
That red really thought about it, caught a lot of the far jaw. I thought it was going to be repelled, but it just about flopped in. So in practical terms, Zhu Se has had the best day.
19.
I think in terms of pure satisfaction for that 147,
20.
he would be rivalled by Fan Zhengyi.
Yeah, it was a great memory for him to take away, even though he won't be playing any further part in the tournament. He's got the ball rolling in terms of maximums this season. I wonder if we'll break the 15 record of last.
25.
I mean, you consider all the hundreds and hundreds of frames that are played. They are still relatively rare.
26.
Which is why they're special still, if you make one. So the
31.
closing moments of the group, looking increasingly likely that Zhu will get the draw.
32.
And ensure that he hasn't lost a match today. Blue and one more red required to put the frame safe. He has played very, very well today. He's made some really good breaks. And he's the thoroughly deserving winner
37.
of the group and passage into second stage, the last 32 of this Championship League.
38.
And on this evidence, he'll take some stopping. Been very clinical when the chances have come. Fan Zhengyi had that big body blow against Liam Highfield in that last frame that we talked about, but the day's ended on a high for him, making a maximum.
46.
He's second 147, so he's taking quite a bit out the day actually as well. Could still make a century. Obviously, last red and the pink not nice, but we'll give it a go.
61.
The break then to conclude. Zeuser, it's been his day here on Table 1. He's played superb stuff and he draws the last match 2-2, but of course coming into it with 2 victories, he was already confirmed as the group winner. And there it is, confirmed for you. 7 points in the end from Zeuser. Liam Highfield, 6. And there's Fang Zhengyi in 3rd place. Shabbar finished in 4th. But Zeuser will be coming back for the second stage, which of course starts tomorrow. So we'll start to see some of the group winners returning. And what a group on Table 1. Zhang Anda against Tipchar and Nu. Stephen Maguire against Yuan Sijun, the first 2 matches. They're the 4 players in that group. Table 2, returning Elliot Slesser, No Gon Yi, Joe O'Connor, and of course Hayden Pinney. He won the group that featured the top seed in this tournament, Barry Hawkins. So we look forward to your company from 12 o'clock. Just to say, of course, Table 2 continues. Aaron Hill and Dylan Emery, they're in the first frame. Hill needing a draw, Emery needing a win to top the group. So the drama continues here in Leicester, but from everyone at the Mattioli Arena, that's the end of our Table 1 coverage. We'll see you tomorrow at 12 o'clock for the start of the second stage of the BetVictor Championship League.